Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of hearing 5 on the Wellington City Proposed District Plan. Today we are hearing from council officers and advisors on the topic of natural hazards, which is scheduled for most of today. And we're being led by Jamie Searle and his advisors. We do have a preceding matter just to deal with left over from yesterday that we'll hear from Mr. Whittington about shortly. Take a couple of minutes. I gather today we'll have a number of people coming in virtually today. So they're all online at the moment. Yep. So Ms. Is it Dr. Litchfield, Dr. Griffin, and Burbage. Right. Good morning to you. We can see your names on the screen, some of them, and some of them in person. So we'll get to meet you soon. Just the usual advice around cell phones, please put them on silent or turn them off. Otherwise, we're good to go. So, Mr. Whittington, we had a leftover topic from yesterday.
Thank you. So the issue was whether the recommendations Ben and Giles was making, where she indicated that the recommendation may depend to some extent on decisions made in future hearing streams, including Schedule 1 hearing streams, which obviously poses you a problem because you won't have that information by the time you need to make decisions on the IPI. I had thought in discussions with her that she had limited those situations to hearings, to topics that were either in this hearing stream or perhaps might be in the wrap-up hearing, i.e. they were IPI matters. Transpires that's not correct, but she also believes that she's made the recommendation that she's made based on the plan as it currently is. If in the future hearing streams there is a substantial rewriting, for example, of the eco chapter, which is a Schedule 1 chapter, that may have some downstream consequence for the IPI chapters, but you will have made your decisions by then, so there's nothing really we can do about that. That's simply a function of the way that this integrated plan is proceeding, and the council will have to work out how to address it. It doesn't change the recommendations that she's made. She's just, I think, flagging a potential issue that an assumption underlying her recommendations is that, for example, the eco chapter proceeds largely or ends up largely saying what it does as notified.
Yes, it would be. Any questions from the panel?
Yeah, just in relation to our decisions itself, or our recommendations that go to council on the ISPP, are you expecting 2 different reports, one ISPP report and one Schedule 1 report for each of these, like subdivision, for example? And would we make the decisions on the ISPP provisions relating to subdivision now, or recommendations on them now? What's the pathway forward?
I believe that you would be, but now that you've asked that question quite directly, I'm questioning myself. So I might have a think about that and have a talk to the council officers and come back to you about what the recommendation is. But there's an obligation. Currently, we're working on a decision from the minister about an extension, but either way, the IPI needs to be determined by the council by whatever the date is, and you know, I don't think you can really produce a report that is also addressing Schedule 1 matters in that time.
Just to follow up on that, it's this matter that we're hearing internal discussions among the panel about how best to approach that topic. So we'll be grateful for any advice that might assist.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whittington. With that, we will turn over to Mr. Searle. We have your tabled statement here, so please feel free to read through it because we haven't had that time yet. We are interested in what you think the key issues in contention are at the moment, what changes may have been made to any thinking around recommendations to provisions, Any other advice you think would help us? So, the floor is yours, Mr. Sell.
Great, thank you. Kia ora koutou. My full name is Jamie Grant Searle, and I'm a senior planning advisor in the district planning team at Wellington City Council. I'm the author of the Natural and Coastal Hazards Section 42A report prepared to assist hearings. My qualifications and relevant experience are set out in section 1.2 of my report. Just note there that I've read the code of conduct for expert witnesses and agreed to comply with that part of this process. For clarity, I'm the sole author of the section 42A report, and the views contained within are mine. However, informing an opinion on each of the matters raised by submitters, I've sought advice from experts on certain matters. And where I've relied on the advice of others, I acknowledge this in the relevant section of my report. So I've listed the specific experts that are online and present today, along with Mr. Beeben alongside me today. At 9, I guess, as you will have gathered, Mr. Beeben, as stated in his evidence, has prepared the notified natural and coastal hazards plan provisions and the associated section 32A evaluation report. During the preparation of my report, I had the benefit of seeking Mr. Beeben's advice to clarify matters where detail was not included in the section 32 report, or where background to the PDP provisions was helpful for the purposes of my consideration of submission. In addition, where specific matters, those specific matters addressed in Mr. Beeben's evidence, I also tested my position on particular matters in response to submitters with Mr. Beeben to ensure my recommendations were consistent with the intended outcomes, well considered and implementable. To that regard, I also provided an early version of draft changes in response to submissions to a senior planner within the Council's resource consent team to further test the amendments. Just briefly on procedure, the section 42A report considers submissions received. Sorry, there's a little typo there, but in relation to the natural hazards and coastal hazards provisions, and outlines recommendations to the panel in response to these submissions. I note that some provisions are following the ISPP, with the remaining provisions the Schedule 1 Part 1 process. With this, the process, each provision is following indicated in each section of the Section 42A report. Make that clear for the panel. During my assessment, I've identified amendments that are not in response to a specific change requested by a submitter. So this is the case. I've highlighted that to the panel in the assessment section for the relevant provision, noting the scope provided to the panel with respect to the ISPP. So further, I guess, to assist the panel, I thought, and with the panel's agreement, I proposed to just provide a very brief overview of the PDP's approach to natural and coastal hazards, and then following that, a summary of those key substantial recommended amendments and changes following my consideration of submitted evidence. So would you like that overview of the PDP prior to? Yep. Okay, great. So I guess there has been a significant step change from how the operative district plan manages natural hazard risk to people, property and infrastructure to meet council's legislative requirements. The PDP gives effect to higher order direction provided by section 6H, section 31 of the RMA, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, the Wellington Regional Policy Statement, and various non-statutory guidance documents regarding the management of natural hazard related risk as detailed in the section 32. Currently, the operative district plan manages fault rupture in relation to Wellington Fault and Ohio Fault, flooding, but only in certain areas, Tawa, Takapū Valley and Makara are the only mapped areas, and ground shaking, which is largely an information layer. So turning to the PDP, it introduces a more comprehensive approach in relation to natural hazard risk. So starting with flooding, Wellington Water have undertaken citywide flood modelling, in which Map is the flood hazard overlays as outlined in Mr. Osborne's evidence and the associated plan provisions for the urban area. So the flood hazard overlay is comprised of the inundation areas, the overland flow paths, and stream corridors. Fault hazard, which involves a refined and comprehensive approach to fault rupture hazard mapping prepared by GNS Science, as outlined in Dr. Litchfield's evidence, and associated plan provisions informed by relevant MFE guidance. The fault rupture hazard is mapped as fault hazard overlays and includes Wellington, Ohario, Shepherd's Gully, and Terafiti faults. Liquefaction. The mapping informed by a liquefaction susceptibility assessment undertaken by GNS Science as outlined in Griffin's evidence and associated plan provisions. I note there that the liquefaction hazard mapping includes a single mapped area with the associated provisions only seeking to ensure post-event functionality of new emergency facility services. Turning to coastal hazards, starting with coastal inundation mapping, which was prepared by NIWA, as outlined in Mr. Andrews' evidence and the associated plan provisions that go with that. So the coastal inundation hazard mapping includes two scenarios: inundation in a 1 in 100 year storm based off current water levels, and inundation at in a 1 in 100 year storm with a 1.43 metre increase in sea level. Tsunami inundation modelling and mapping included prepared by GNS Science, as outlined in Dr. Burbidge's evidence. Tsunami hazard mapping includes three scenarios that reflect recurrence periods: 1 in 100, 1 in 500, and that's a type of 1 in 1,000, and they all include a 1 metre sea level rise. Following national guidance for tsunami modelling that recommends sea level rise be incorporated in that modelling. At 19, just clarifying that the impacts of climate change, higher sea level and increased rainfall have been included in the modelling and mapping of coastal hazards and non-coastal. So the plan provisions, in terms of just the overview, the land use planning for natural hazard is principally about risk reduction as opposed to post-event recovery, with a risk-based approach introduced by the PDP, as directed by the RPS and as recommended by non-statutory national guidance for land use planning natural hazards. I note broad consistency in the risk-based approach with more recently updated or proposed changes to district plans in the region, including Porirua City, Hutt City, and the draft Waited Upper combined district plan. As outlined in the Natural Hazards Chapter introduction, risk-based approach reflects both the likelihood through hazard ranking allocated in the hazard ranking tables and consequence through the identification of an activity's sensitivity to hazards, or hazard event on people, property, and infrastructure. The hazard ranking table, just to detail that a little more, is primarily determined by return period of event, but to a lesser degree also reflects relative severity of impact of each of the hazard subsets. So I've just outlined a couple of examples there. Flood hazard, for example, the three scenarios all have the same probability, but there's a degree of difference in severity that goes with that. Whereas with the tsunami hazard scenario, the scenarios actually differ in probability and severity. The high tsunami hazard in the area that reflects the 1 in 100 year scenario predicted, which would experience greater inundation depths and velocity in those greater events, the 1 in 500 and the 1 in 1,000. The fault rupture within each of those fault overlays differs in probability, but the severity of fault rupture similar, noting that the existing land use results in a higher consequence, e.g. the Wellington fault, but that does not impact the hazard ranking. Liquefaction overlay represents, as noted, the area is highly susceptible to liquefaction following an earthquake, but the impact of liquefaction is considered in the context of land use planning to be low. The identification of hazard sensitive activities, which is that brings in more of that common consequence element. This allows for a more nuanced approach to the management of hazard risk, with definitions included in the plan for hazard sensitive activity, potentially hazard sensitive activity, and hazard The hazard sensitive categories were developed using the building importance category under the building code as a starting point, as detailed in the section 32 evaluation report. Broadly, the plan provisions address the hazard related risks associated with new buildings and change in use of an existing building in the hazard overlay. In simple terms, the risk-based approach attributes a more restrictive consent activity status as the hazard related risk increases. So just turning to the structure of the PDP, following the direction of the National Planning Standards, the natural hazard provisions, flooding, fault rupture and liquefaction are located in the natural hazards chapter, and the coastal hazards provisions, coastal inundation and tsunami, are located in the coastal environment chapter. The exceptions to this, noting that submissions on these following matters are not addressed in this report, are listed there just to give context that there are other provisions within the plan, but just reinforcing and noting that we're not proposing to deal with them, and I haven't dealt with them in this. They'll be dealt with in those subsequent hearings and reports. So just at 25, in a broad sense, there is consistency in approach between the provisions contained in the natural hazards chapter and the coastal hazards chapter. Very similar objectives, policies and rules that have been tailored to those specific hazards addressed in each of those chapters. The hazard ranking is simply used as a way of streamlining and minimizing the number of policies and rules needed to manage the hazards with a similar hazard ranking. Where appropriate, certain policies and rules also bundle and address all of the hazards. For example, where the term coastal hazard overlays is used and defined as including tsunami overlay and coastal inundation overlay. There is a consistent hazard risk avoidance policy direction with respect to high hazard areas and a hazard risk mitigate policy direction for medium and low hazard areas. There is also a specific city centre zone policy framework with respect to coastal hazards and a separate airport, port and rail activity policy framework for both natural hazards and coastal hazards that provide a consenting pathway recognising the significance of these activities and infrastructure and the scale of existing infrastructure and investment in the operation and function of these activities to locate in these hazard overlays. So turning now to some of the key recommendations that have come through the Section 42A report. I guess firstly, a number of relatively minor amendments are recommended as included in Appendix A to the Section 42A report that I consider will improve clarity in plan administration and ensure the plan's objectives are realised. Of the recommendations in the Section 42A report, the following are in my view the most significant. So the first being the proposed refinement to the objective and policy direction with respect to high hazard areas and medium and low hazard areas. So this essentially involves clarifying that to avoid an increase in high hazard areas, the outcome for high hazard areas needs to require a reduction or no increase of the hazard risk present in the existing environment. The introduction of a new objective and amendments to existing policies and rules to clarify that in medium and low hazard areas, development is enabled subject to proposals minimising the hazard risk resulting from locating proposed development or activity in the hazard code. This ensures that new activities incorporate mitigation to minimise as low as reasonably practicable the risk to people and property. The second key recommendation is the revised approach to fault rupture policies, rules and mapping to reflect greater understanding of fault rupture. So in a general sense, this change results in less restrictions in areas of lower risk and the same or greater restrictions in higher risk areas. The higher risk being those areas of the Wellington and the Ohio fault where the fault rupture zone is well understood and well defined. This recommendation is also included around faults, included removing the ability to build an additional residential unit on sites that already contain a residential unit within the well-defined extended areas of the Wellington fault and Ohio fault. Going to 3, a reduction in the tsunami hazard and coastal hazard inundation extent. So that recommendation is really around the removal of inundation depths below 5 centimetres in terms of the overlay and the mapping, following agreement from experts that this very low level of flood is more nuisance flooding, not needing a land use planning response. That recommendation, building on this, I guess, provides consistency across the inundation, both for fluvial kind of inland flooding, but also the coastal inundation and tsunami. Retention of tsunami hazard overlays and associated provisions. So there were a number of submitters that expressed concern with the inclusion of tsunami hazard overlay, some of who highlighted the impracticalities of reducing or mitigating the consequences of an event. Firstly, the RMA definition of natural hazard clearly anticipates that risks associated with tsunami may require or will require a land use planning response, as does the NZCPS. The probability and consequence, in my view, necessitate a land use planning response for Wellington, which avoids further development in the most vulnerable, those areas most vulnerable to tsunami inundation, and in other areas predicted to be impacted. That development builds in mitigation to minimise harm to people and damage to property. The last key recommendation there is the retention of the hazard ranking table. So I've touched on, I guess, the function of that table, but the key change to that table is the revised ranking for liquefaction to low hazard ranking, which better reflects the unnecessary duplication with Building Act, with liquefaction provisions focused only on the post-event functionality of the emergency service facilities, where the proposed location is tested through a consenting process. So in addition to that, following my review of supporting evidence lodged by submitters, the following additional recommended amendments are included in Appendix A to my supplementary evidence. I note, 1, in response to Wellington Airport, consistent use of the term airport purposes to better align with the existing PDP definition. So on that point, I've referred back to the existing definition that's in the PDP as opposed to what the submitter was specifically seeking around airport activities, which was more in line with their primary submission. But I think that is the best kind of interim recommendation there. I think what we discussed earlier around the 2 processes and the decisions that will come later as part of different hearing streams. So also in response to Wellington Airport, amendments to CEP 27 to provide a clearer consenting pathway with respect to alteration of natural features and that's with respect to hard engineering structures. In response to Centreport, an amendment to NHP 14 to remove the requirement to demonstrate the ability for an activity to continue to operate following an earthquake, as I agree that this is not necessary to manage the risk to people and property. And 4, an amendment to the coastal hazard ranking table to clarify that the tsunami scenarios all include 1 metre sea level rise. So in my opinion, the most notable remaining points of contention are probably the retention of flood hazard mapping within the district plan. As set out in my supplementary evidence, I remain of the view that flood hazard mapping should remain within the plan as the most effective and efficient option to manage risks from flooding, and the activity status for hazard sensitive activities in the flood hazard inundation areas. Again, as set out in my evidence in chief and supplementary evidence, I remain of a view that a non-compliant activity status is an appropriate elevation for hazard sensitive activities. Requirements are not achieved. Your hands.
Thank you. Questions from the panel at this stage?
On
Yeah. And I'm also wondering whether
and then round back. I'm wondering whether we should hear from the experts first, and then round back to going through each of the individual Appendix A, if you like, a walk through Appendix A.
I've got a few questions right now I
Yep.
want to put, and then we could do that. What worked quite well yesterday, Mr. Searle, was we did actually work our way through the provisions, the recommended changes. That was in relation to noise, but that might be a good framework here as well, too. But I agree with Commissioner Daish that it'd be good just to hear from the experts on any outstanding issues or any particularly where there are matters in contention, just to see if they can contribute to our thinking at this
Sorry,
stage.
one question on that.
Oh yes, yes, certainly.
So I haven't, I guess, prepped the experts that they will be required to present the evidence. I'm sure that they have that in front of them, so maybe a little direction on whether a summary or whether you'd like them to actually read their statements.
We have read their evidence, so we don't need that. But just to pick up on the key points of their evidence, if they can, if they're in a position to recognise they may not be able to, but that's fine. While I'm talking, just a few quick questions. So the coastal inundation and the tsunami inundation, one uses a 1.43 increase in sea level and one uses a 1 metre level. Why the difference, and why not try and, this may be more question for the experts, maybe apply the same sea level rise for both inundation modelling?
Good question. I probably would have to turn to the experts, but I suspect maybe Mr. Beavan may even know the answer to that, but I suspect that it's maybe a timing issue. Sea level rise.
I guess I can speak a little bit to that right now. So like any models, there's different assumptions that sit in everything. So originally the tsunami and the flood hazard modelling had the same kind of allowance built into it. So that was the 1 metre of sea level rise. So those two actually align. The reason there's a differentiation with the coastal sea level rise is essentially to just basically do a timing with modelling done. The modelling for the sea level rise took into account specifically the 2017 guidance from MEFE that came out, whereas the non-stat, there's not a lot of guidance at the moment for tsunami. So the non-stat guidance that sits there talks to a 1 metre sea level rise. So just for the purposes of aligning for that, but it's kind of like any model with slightly different assumptions that kind of sit within it, and they kind of give slightly kind of different outputs that sit through it.
And off the top of my head, I can't remember who, but one of the submitters is questioning the need to apply a future sea level rise to current development. It may be so many years down the track. It's interesting in the response. It applies to, well, yeah, primarily to tsunami. Why apply a future sea level rise now to control subdivision development?
Well, I think we don't know when that event will occur. It could occur tomorrow, it could occur in 30 or 50 years. So I guess building in that into the policy direction to ensure that we're not intensifying in areas that will be impacted by that level of sea level rise in the not too distant future is probably the main reason there. I guess also it's the expert can talk to this in more detail, but the modelling outputs for the tsunami inundation are an average. They're not worst case scenario for that period. So I guess that 1 metre sea level rise also builds in a degree of conservative, which I guess manages that hazard risk over that period of time.
A thought had occurred to me that buildings are at least a 50-year lifespan, so we're not buildings going out. Another question. Oh, yes, no, it wasn't on it, thank you. In terms of tsunami, I have seen some modelling sometime in the past around around Wellington Harbour in terms of, is it the Seiche effect, the way, you know, swishing around when a tsunami hits? Has that been modelled into all of the predictions around that? Dr. Burbage.
Yes.
Yes, I can answer that. No, we didn't include Seiching directly in the modelling. That would only make a difference for relatively small tsunamis. For the bigger ones, it would be mostly the tectonic deformation of the ground that would cause most of the tsunami.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, I've just got a couple before we move into the experts, and I just want to put, I suppose, 3 questions on the table, not necessarily to be answered now, because the experts might be more appropriate to answer the questions, but for things to think through as we go through the morning or end the afternoon. One of the issues we discussed yesterday was how do we manage the conflict or the tension that exists between what the MPSUD and the MDRS are trying to enable and how other provisions of the plan can be looking to manage that enabling aspect of the MPSUD whilst keeping, you know, communities, infrastructure, etc. safe, which is at the end of the day what we're in the game for. One of the things that I'm interested in knowing is in your opinion, what I couldn't see in some of the recommended changes and some of the response to evidence was that kind of overall, is this going to make the forward planning environment better to manage or mitigate the risks of that activity from natural hazards? And so I'd be interested to know, and I won't talk about a specific because some of the experts I'll be tending towards that, but it's kind of how do we make sure that in this process that's going to be in place for a long time into the future, how do we take things like uncertainty around future projections and modelling and make sure that, like, the one thing I've learned about climate change modelling is it's always underestimated whenever the reality bites that we've estimated a 50 centimetre rise and it bites you at a metre or whatever. So the uncertainty is the only clear thing that I get. So how do we manage that in this environment, and are we confident or satisfied that it is? And the other thing I wanted to talk to, and this might be something for Mr. Bevan or other experts, is how do we integrate all of the provisions within this chapter to make sure that it effectively speaks to other provisions and other chapters in a way that achieves the best possible outcome? And that's not unique to this chapter. And then as an example, when we talk about things like the earthworks chapter or the noise chapter, or there's always things that are relevant in those chapters to other parts of the plan. And I've noted in some of the evidence in your report where it speaks to other chapters and what may happen to that, and we touched on that this morning with Mr. Wellington. But what I'd be interested in understanding is how are we ensuring that integration, particularly when we're hearing streams of this plan in isolation of anything else. So other than the first hearing stream around strategic and this one, everything has been heard in isolation, and I've always been interested to know what that integration looks like and how best we can achieve it. And the final point I'd like is just coming back to the question that Mr. Schofield, Commissioner Schofield asked, was around the usefulness of projection or modelling data. Maybe usefulness is not the word. Accuracy. So how do we at this point in time in 2003 know that the data that we are using to make planning decisions is relevant for 2043? I know that's a bit of a loaded question, but I think it's a very important consideration for us to think about as we go through. And like I said, some of the experts may be able to turn their mind to that because they've produced a lot of the modelling data. So they're the kind of 3 areas I'm interested in unpacking a bit over the next 6 or 7 hours. Cool. Thank you. You're happy to answer them if you want now, or we can wait till the end. Either.
I don't have an initial answer on any of those points, I guess. Other than I think probably the decisions set now in terms of the natural hazards and coastal hazard provisions really will set the tone for those other chapters which link back, as opposed to those other chapters and other provisions kind of working backwards. So yeah, now's the time to set that strong direction, and then I think it's just it should, I mean, subject to submissions, I guess it's a matter of taking that strong direction from the decision on these matters.
Yeah, just as a sort of starting comment from me, when I looked at these natural hazard provisions, just in the totality of them, they appear to be very complicated. And you had different provisions in different parts of the plan. So, and with necessary exceptions, relating to sort of needing to deal with coastal hazards in the coastal environment chapter. National Planning Standards requires that. But in terms of the submissions and your review of the submissions, have you tried to ease simplicity for plan users with the various different hazards that there are? Because you turn all the hazards on on the planning map, there's big chunks of Wellington, which either have one hazard or multiple hazards which apply to them. So it's the integration in between the various different hazards which might apply was my initial thoughts when I read the provisions without reading the 42A report originally. So with that in mind, and I think we should, proceed with it, I'd be really interested in making sure they're workable and clear and consistent. And I think that's been your objective as well in terms of your report. But certainly, I think the objective is to make things as clear and consistent and as possible all the way through the plans. And natural hazards, because it affects so much an area of the city, has different hazards which are dealt with in terms of, and they are dealt with differently depending on the hazard, just to make sure that there is that consistency and the workability for the end users at the end of the day. So that's, a comment. It's not a criticism, it's just a comment. When I went through these, this was my initial impression, was that they're very complicated. And so any assistance through the hearing process to ease that initial concern would be a benefit to me anyway.
I agree. There's a couple of places where I have specific questions around how complex in terms of using terminology and things, in terms of policies and things. So we'll get to those. Just as a broad introductory question too, you do talk about there's been a level of regional consistency provided to the PDP. What can you just outline what the approach has been to ensure some sort of level of regional consistency in approaching the hazards, and where Wellington City might differ from, say, Hutt City?
I'll start with that. Mr. Bevan will have a lot more experience and then given his direct involvement in a lot of those processes. But I guess the structure and the risk-based approach in terms of the provisions where the hazards are similar. You'll see a lot of, yes, I'm probably just not close enough. Sorry. So you'll see some consistency in terms of the structure, and I guess that comes through national planning standards as well. But I'll defer to Mr. Bevan to provide some more detail, maybe.
Cool. So Porora was the first kind of cab off the rank in this space. So they have exactly the same hazards with exactly the same kind of approach. So they have the tsunami with the same, scenarios based put in there with similar level of mapping. They have sea level rise as well as both current and future looking. Flood hazards is split up the same, and they also have the Haru fault provisions going through it. So they were kind of the first generation, and there are some slight tweaks and differences, but all in all, the provisions and approach are largely the same as what's coming through the Porirua plan. Hutt City through the IPI have got a very similar approach coming through in it. Again, they have exactly the same hazards mapped out as what Wellington City have, and they have a very, very similar approach to it. The main difference is sitting in the inundation area where, and I'm waiting for Commissioner's decisions on this, where they have the policy talks to displacement, but the proposed rule framework is actually just permitted. So there's a little currently disconnect in the framework and the flood, but that's the main difference with Wellington City, and where we have it as a restricted discretionary activity. And then Wellington City has, again, the same hazard provisions that are going through and then playing out. And then Wairarapa has got a simplified version under their draft plan coming out. They are largely concentrating on flood hazards, fault, and there's a little bit of liquefaction in there. As that is this draft, I'm not aware of, and I'm not involved in that process. I don't know what submissions are in it, and I don't know where the proposed stage will fall that I believe is coming out in September or shortly to be released. But the overall framework that is sitting there is kind of similar, and that's largely been driven by the natural hazards. There's a regional strategy on natural hazards, which basically let's have a consistent approach within the Wellington region around how we manage natural hazards. That was prepared by the Greater Wellington Regional Council a number of years ago, and it's kind of driven this consistent approach through the region. What has also come in with under RPS plan change 1 is they've actually changed the RPS to start aligning with also these approaches that are now coming through the district plan. While this approach is consistent with the RPS as it's currently worded, the RPS is actually playing a little bit of catch up and just strongly aligning it through the RPS 1. So we're kind of ending up now with the higher order and the district plans being quite consistent all the way through.
So can I ask where does Wellington City differ? Where's the key difference with Wellington compared to the other?
So probably the key difference is there's kind of key differences and key similarities. There's a little bit of regional context. So probably the key difference in terms of flood hazard, for example, is Porirua and Lower Hutt City has restricted discretionary activities for inundation. Porirua and Wellington City is proposing restricted discretionary for inundation areas to deal with displacement. Hutt City has it as permitted. The approach in terms of the fault overlay and the CBD in Porirua doesn't have necessarily the same explicit carve out that we have for the coastal hazards and the hazard profile and the CBD in Wellington. So it's more that there's been a bit of an evolution of thinking rather than fundamentally differences in the practices or approaches or policy direction overall.
Thank you. So any more questions at this stage? I think, as I said, I think the best approach may be to just have before us your supplementary evidence track changes version. If all I can see that you do. And maybe just very briefly go through, we're not interested in every single specific change, but just the key changes from that was notified. And that's probably the best way for us to pick up questions in a sensible way. So would you mind, Mr. Searle, if you just need us through?
Sure. And are you proposing to hear from the experts following a deeper dive into?
Yeah, well, we could do, but as you say, they're not really prepared to make sort of structured comments. But if any of them do at the moment want to contribute to the discussion, they're welcome to. So do you want to join us at the table too? Introduce yourself, so that might help.
Commissioners, I'm Alistair Osborne from Wellington Water, senior hydraulic modeller, and have developed the flood hazard layers district plan. Don't really have anything to contribute at the moment. Happy to answer questions though.
Okay, well, I think we may do when we work our way through the sort of provisions and come back and ask why kind of thing. Online, anything from Dr. Burbridge or Dr. Litchfield?
Hello there. My name is
Hi.
David Burbidge from the GNS Science. I'm the tsunami team leader. I led the project to do the tsunami modelling. I don't have any particular comments to add, although I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burbridge. Any comments from Ms. Griffin? All right, there you go. Good morning. Oops, coming in. Hi. You've heard the discussion just before. Any contributions at this point in the proceedings? Or any questions from the panel specifically?
No, it's a little bit difficult because the provisions are all based upon the science, and we've got the information on the science that there are hazards which need to be dealt with for these technical reasons. Yeah, I don't have any specific questions of any of the experts, but I had thought that just a summary of their evidence might be helpful to provide the context to go into provisions.
So Mr. Bevan maybe to help us do that.
Okay. What, maybe it's a little bit of a, I don't know if this is helpful to the panel, but probably how this process comes around, how the various bits fit together, kind of how the science feeds into the hazard ranking table and the consequence and how it flows through. Would that be useful as a starting point? Because there's a bit that's still in contention, mainly with some of the submitters that were coming in. So maybe it's kind of how it all fits together. Within that, I might unpack a little bit of the uncertainty in the modelling and the future focus and how that all works. And then if there's, I can't talk specifically, obviously, to the direct science that sits in there. I'm not a seismologist, geophysicist or anything like that, but I can kind of talk to how the planning frameworks pulled all that information together to get to the situation we are with the provisions today.
Yeah, that sounds sensible. And the other thing I think we'll be very interested in hearing is around the carve out for the central city zone, because that has been the subject of submissions. And of course, there will be questions around how that works or doesn't work, etc. So a little bit about how that works would be useful, I think, too. So cool. In your hands.
Awesome, thank you. So as you can see from the maps, Wellington is very hazard prone. And generally speaking, the entire lower North Island has a very high hazard profile. It's a dramatic landscape, and that dramatic landscape exists for a reason. And so we have a lot of hazards, and these changes that are coming through do represent a significant sea change from where we haven't been in first generation plans, where commonly we have just dealt with flood hazards and fault rupture, and that has been quite common throughout the entire country. It's not criticism of the Wellington city at all. It's just how first generation planning works. What we have got now, though, is as time has evolved and our understanding of hazards has improved, it is showing that the hazard profile in Wellington city is particularly increased, and international events has driven a lot of science. So you think of the Boxing Day tsunami, the Japan tsunami, well, that drove a lot of the tsunami science that is now being used now and kind of increased the awareness both within the community and the political representations and at local government representation level that we have a tsunami hazard. Prior to Boxing Day tsunami, it wasn't really something that we thought about or considered really within the context of New Zealand. And that's been the same with flood hazards and everything else that's come out. You know, every other week you turn on the TV or see a YouTube video, there's a big flood or a natural hazard, and that's really driven our understanding. That's led to the genesis and kind of where we are with what we're dealing with today in the district plan. So with every council, the starting point for these provisions is kind of you list every hazard that the RMA has, and are these relevant? Do they require a planning intervention? And if there is a planning intervention, what planning intervention is required? So some aspects you'll see in here, like ground shaking is not present. We don't have wind within the plan. That's because that's dealt with under the Building Act and the Building Code. So we do not, yes, they're a hazard. Yes, they need to be addressed, but they do not require a planning intervention for them. They are addressed by a different mechanism, so we can't get there. Similarly, the tsunami evacuation maps are often based on a worst case scenario, usually around a 1 in 2,500 year event. We're only going up to 1 in 1,000. That's because it's appropriate probably to do a land use planning up to that. But those bigger events, you got there's the other mechanisms like the civil defence, emergency management, and evacuation procedures. If we plan for every hazard and dealt with everything in a land use planning context, we'd never do any development in the city. Everything would be controlled, and we still got to keep it in the context of the NPSUD and everything else that sits out there. So when you rank that, when you looked at the main hazards for Wellington, really the key ones that came up were flood hazard, fault rupture, liquefaction, coastal inundation, and tsunami. They were really critical hazards. They are the ones that have the potential to have significant economic harm on the city. They are the ones that kill people, do significant property damage, disrupts lives. They are the ones, or they're very common hazards that can occur. So we get into the situation of, okay, we know what our hazards and we know what we could deal with them, but the thing is not all hazards are the same. And previous district plans, first generation plans, did try to deal with district hazards in a common approach. But you start getting perverse outcomes where garages are treated the same as apartment complexes, and or decks are seen the same as a service station because it's just all buildings in the fault hazard area needs a resource consent. This approach tries to nuance it out a bit and say, this is where we want to focus our attention on, is these activities, but these other activities we just don't care about. They can carry on, they can continue, and we don't need a planning response to those. We still got to have a well-functioning city. We can't control everything. We need to move away from this view that everything in a natural hazards overlay needs resource consent. So this starts first by, and it is contentious within the submissions, ranking the hazards, but this is purely so that there's a common approach to hazards, and you could replace high, medium, low with 1, 2, 3 apple, bananas, pears, and you would still have the same, outcome. It's designed to ensure that those hazards that present a real significant threat to life, will kill people, or to align with national direction, have the high ranking. So they are the really significant ones that we don't want a lot more development in. The medium ones are more around, okay, there is a problem here, but we need to mitigate it. And if you can, mitigate it, then you go forward. And then lows, like certain activities, need to probably just mitigate it or address it. And you can get into a situation where you can get caught up in the high, medium, and low and go, well, why are we doing something for low? But if you look at Auckland, while inundation has a low ranking, most of the flooding of houses that happened up in Auckland in January this year was actually an inundation event and caused significant displacement to people. So just because it has a low ranking doesn't mean it requires an intervention or a planning response. A minimum floor level is an appropriate response to that, but you still got to have it. So there's a lot of caught up on the high, medium, low, but that's just more to ensure there's a consistent policy approach and consistent direction and rule framework sitting within the plan. The next stage is then to look at, well, what activities, and not all activities are the same, generally speaking, is recognised that sensitive, what is called hazard sensitive activities. That's generally based on well-researched science that childcare centres, retirement villages, residential accommodation, emergency facilities, things that have post-disaster functions, they generally have more activities or uses that are sensitive to the disruption from natural hazard. And what I mean by that is, there's a lot of evidence to say if you had a tsunami, if you have a childcare in a tsunami zone, one of the first responses often from parents, if there's a warning or an actual thing, is to go to the children to save them. And there are international examples where parents have died going to a childcare centre to save the children when the children have been evacuated. So, you've got to look at those kind of aspects of response. Retirement villages, very hard to evacuate large numbers of often limited mobility individuals. So they're recognised here. You disrupt homes, you only have got to look at what's happening up in Hawke's Bay in Auckland at the moment. That's months and months. There's economic disruption. You can have flight from the city. There's quite large impacts on people. So they're generally classed as hazard sensitive, and that's where those activities we want to be a bit more careful around and have a bit of a land use planning intervention too. And that is to make sure, A, we're not killing our people, because that's never a good outcome from a city or a district plan perspective, and B, we're ensuring that they are resilient to the future impacts of natural hazards when they may occur. And it needs to be important. It's not a case of if they occur, we are talking when they will occur. And Wellington in many ways has been lucky. It hasn't had a huge number of natural hazard events, a few good shakes, a few isolated floods here and there, but we haven't really had something significant for quite a few number of years. So it kind of slips back into memory. Other activities like retail, commercial, they have 12-hour occupancy. Yes, there is disruption if they get damaged, but they're not at the same level as a retirement village, a childcare centre, an emergency facility or residential unit. And then finally, you have things you just don't really worry about, you just want them to occur. That's your garages, your accessory buildings, your park furniture and the likes of that. And they are just activities where they most of the time a land use intervention is just not required for those, and the framework is just trying to provide for those. We're not trying to control everything. That's kind of where it all pulls together. It then ties to the mapping, and there's two approaches you can do the mapping. You can do this is the situation today, but the problem with that is it's not future focused, and especially with ones that are influenced by climate change, sea level rise, we have an element of having to provide for that in the future. So most of the modelling, things like the inundation modelling, the flood hazard modelling, builds in climate change assumptions. So that doesn't actually represent a 1 in 100 year flood or 1% AEP flood event today. It's actually the future focus of this, what a flood event, a 1 in 100 flood event could look like in the future. And that is to deal with some uncertainties. Modelling is never perfect. It only knows what it knows today. And as our science and understanding improves and computer and technology improves, it will get better and our understanding will get better on it. But today, this represents our best understanding of the situation that we're dealing with and the environment going forward. Future plan reviews will update that modelling and take into account the new science and going forward. But if we don't look at the future focus now, it takes a long time to turn a city around for sites to be redeveloped, for mitigation to be built in, for the resilient risk to slowly come down. It's not something you put a set of rules in and it changes overnight. It needs a long period of time, and that's why we build in the sea level rise assumptions to the models and the climate change models. It's because we're not taking a 10-year life cycle view of this district plan. We're taking a 50 to 100-year redevelopment life cycle of the city, and we've got to start planning for that now to ensure that as time goes on, we build that mitigation and resilience into the city and as it comes forward. There could be, a better alignment with hazards and modelling. The classic one that you talk to is the tsunami, and has 1 metre and 1.3. But that's just, again, a limitation of modelling. And in time, I wouldn't be surprised if in 10, 15 years, when this is all redone, we're talking about 1.76 of sea level rise, for example, and we're dealing with that situation. So, our understanding of that will also change and improve. Or we may have a major earthquake and we have uplift, subsidence or something like that playing through, and all of a sudden we've got, a very different landscape sitting out there. We just don't know what that next 10 to 15 years has in play. But in terms of the model we use now, they are far superior to what was ever in a first generation plan. And we used those for years and didn't question them. These models that are in here are some of the best you can source. The GNS tsunami modelling is internationally, highly regarded. The same for the NIWA flood modelling. The complex NIWA inundation modelling, they built a very small grid analysis for Wellington City, and they, at the time of delivering the report a couple of years ago, it was considered international best practice. Now, whether that's still the case or it's moved on, I don't know, but at that time, it was at that level. The flood modelling that Wellington Water does is very complex, with a lot of data fed into it and ground truth against events to do that. So, yes, they're not going to be perfect, and they may not always line up to what we view, and there will always be an uncertainty in the model, but they are not at the, they do have the best degree of accuracy that we have for today. So that's it.
Very good, thank you, Stephen. Can I just a few questions that occurred to me during your presentation. Tsunami risks. The little I know around tsunami, it seems to be so many variables involved with where and what and how a tsunami might happen here. Something happening off the Hikurangi or Kaikoura trenches, or something off Chile or Alaska. How were they all factored into modelling and I know it's probably more for the expert, how are they factored into getting something that's can be sort of fairly robustly relied on for measuring the risks? To Burbage?
Yes, I can take that question. What we did for each probability is we modeled a range of different scenarios. So there's a Hikurangi scenario there's a far field scenario from South America. And the final layers that we provided to the council were a weighted mean across those particular scenarios that contributes to the hazard at the 1 in 100, 1 in 500, and 1 in 1,000 level. We also model the tsunamis at mean high water springs, which is a representative high tide value with the extra meter on top. So that should sort of form an envelope of where the tsunami might inundate at that particular probability level. Does that sort of cover a little bit of that?
Yeah. So coming out of that, what the modelling is showing is sort of an averaging. It's not necessarily as.
Yep. It's a weighted average, so it weights the scenarios that are the most likely to contribute to the 1 in 100 year scenario. So that's Hikurangi. But we also include weights for less likely but still possible earthquakes, such as a really big Peru earthquake. So that also contributes to the final flow depth. This is all based off the National Tsunami Hazard Model, which estimates the likelihood of a tsunami reaching the coast at different probability levels. We then take those scenarios through to inundation, or in this case, Wellington.
So we've had submissions from Kaingaora around the flood hazard mapping and keeping that out of the district plan because it's an ever-changing field in terms of knowledge and mapping. Is tsunami mapping in that camp? How likely is it to change over the next, say, 10 years of life of the plan in terms of the knowledge and the modelling and that?
Well, we're obviously doing research into earthquakes and tsunamis and improving ways to model it and that sort of thing. I don't think Wellington is not going to potentially have a tsunami hazard, no matter what we come out, but whether the exact 1 in 1,000 year model goes this far or all the way backwards and forwards is likely to change. But I don't think we're not going to come to the conclusion that tsunamis are not a hazard to Wellington or massively greater than what we suggest here. That would be my view.
I suppose what I'm asking is how, not variable, I'm trying to find the right word, how will there be a lot of change in the modelling and the mapping for tsunami relatively, or will it sort of be subject to big reviews every now and then?
We tend to sort of view updating the offshore model, which drives the inundation model about once every 10 years or so. That usually keeps it relatively current. We wouldn't expect there'd be massive changes to things like inundation extent unless there was a massive change to the topography. If you built a lot of flood protection barriers, etc., then that would potentially change where a tsunami goes. But assuming that the actual city doesn't change significantly, I would not expect massive changes. It's a bit hard to put an exact number on it because it obviously depends on what happens in the next 10 years. But I don't think it's so uncertain that it couldn't be used.
Thank you. Any questions while you're on screen, Dr. Burbage?
Yeah, just a follow-up question from that. Is it fair to assume that there's a greater level of confidence that the high coastal tsunami hazard is high than and perhaps compared to the low coastal tsunami hazard from your modelling? If you understand that question, you've got more confidence about the lines which have been produced for the high hazard areas than you do for the low coastal tsunami hazard areas?
It sort of varies a bit. If the high tsunami hazard area is being constrained by, say, a cliff, then unless the cliff moves, it's not going to go much further inland because it's actually hitting a cliff. On flatter areas, then I would be slightly less certain about the areas because it obviously depends on the topography and other things such as that. But I would say that probably slightly more confident about the high hazard areas would be reasonable. They're very close to the coast and very likely to be inundated anywhere it is.
Just a question back for Mr. Bevan. You used an example in your summary. It was very useful actually, and it kind of answered probably the first two questions that I posed this morning. So it's very good. Use the example of how in a hazard scenario or hazard event, there are examples where parents might be going towards a a sensitive activity like a daycare, when we're actually trying to encourage them to not do that, as an example. Do the proposed changes in this chapter achieve that?
It doesn't a degree in that it requires, if you take, let's just say a childcare centre in a high hazard area, so a high coastal hazard area, it'd be a very, very high or very tough bar for a new childcare centre to get through that thing. So, okay, they're not going to so much be situated there. Medium coastal hazard area, that requires consideration around mitigation, how that, now one of those may be a detailed evacuation management plan that is actually put to the resident, made available to the parents of the children that are present there. So that could be, a legitimate approach to address that issue. And then, yes, at least then you're getting the entertain, the parents will know there is a response and all that. At the moment now, there's a lot of silence on these kind of matters. And so it is just trying to improve the understanding. Is it a perfect solution? No, and it never will be, but it is starting to try to step that forward in the right direction.
Because what was really useful for me was talking through the evolution of what approach the ODP took to the more nuanced approach that we're taking in the development of these provisions. So there's while I've got the mic, can I ask you a quick question, Mr. Osborne?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in your evidence, because I do have a question for you, in your evidence, you at 37, you identified that you're developing a formal model identifying risks that occur within the catchment. Any updates will be undertaken through a plan change. Now, undertaken in response to what Kainga Ora was saying, or just undertaken broadly, and for what purpose? So we've got flood overlays or flood maps now. What's can you just talk me through that process? Yeah.
So I guess the model updates and a plan change or updates to our flood hazard layers that result in a plan change would come from changes to the stormwater catchment that we're looking at that significantly alter the flood mapping or the flood extents within that catchment. So say Let's Get Wellington Moving proceeds and a lot of construction is done. Modelling indicates that will change some of the flood extents in the central city. And so following the construction of that project, the model would be updated to include all the constructed assets that were part of that project and then re-simulated to generate flood extents. Updated flood extents, which would then we would recommend to Wellington City that they were included, that the flood hazard layers were updated via a plan change to account for the changes within the catchment. Yeah, so that would be an example of that happening.
So just using that example and teasing that through a little bit, would it not be a reasonable expectation that whoever's doing that development takes into account the existing overlays and doesn't make it worse? Doesn't make it worse, wouldn't it?
They might make it better.
Or making it better is fine.
So that's by making it better, they then allow the potential for development.
I'm with you. Yeah. Cool.
And it's a very limited example, I guess, in other catchments such as Duck Creek, out in Porirua. We did flood modelling, and then we identified that there had actually been an enormous amount of earthworks in that catchment, and so we needed to remove the modelling we'd done for that area, and it will be included later as a plan change once we are able to account for all the earthworks in that catchment. So there, yeah, significant change within a catchment in terms of earthworks or constructed assets will change flood extents, but they have to be fairly significant.
Which kind of comes back and speaks to the earlier integration question that I had as well. But yeah, no, that's very useful. Thank you.
Oh, could I also just make a quick clarification on what on the Kāinga order submission? They noted that my comment about our planned developing an update process, they potentially misunderstood it as us having a forward works plan for model updates. What I'd intended to mean was that we're in the process of developing a framework where we assess changes within catchments that require a model update, and the significance of those changes, and rather than having a specific forward workload for model updates.
So it's a response. So it's a response to future planned in the model response rather than it being a planned model thing.
Yeah, rather than us having a work plan for.
Just while we're on flood hazards itself, just looking at the spatial extent of the flooding hazards. Obviously, you've got the stream corridor, which I'd like to think is pretty well understood. You've got the overland flow paths, which probably are slightly less understood than the stream corridor, potentially. But then you've got very large areas which are subject to an inundation area. I'm looking at the eastern suburbs map on my screen at the moment. Large parts of Kilburnie, large parts of Miramar are subject to an inundation area. It used to be called a ponding area about a few years ago, I think, but it's now inundation. It obviously affects a whole lot of people and a whole lot of development potential as well. So in terms of forward moving, and it's possibly a planning question as well, is it a proportionate response to actually require resource consent for a dwelling in these areas which have been settled for some considerable time, and they've had built development on them for a considerable time? Now, there's some criticism from some of the submitters about this, particularly Kāinga Ora, but I'd be interested from a technical basis whether or not the flood hazard mapping that there is sufficiently robust. And obviously, if there's a further information comes in, you do some additional modelling, or there is a proposal which they get some independent modelling which can actually feed into it. But whether or not the sheer physical extent of the inundation area within Wellington and the fact that it's going to trigger a resource consent for each of them, is that a proportional response in your view?
Well, I'm not sure I fully understand what is meant by proportional response.
Well, it's you know, from a technical basis, you've identified large areas.
Yes.
And probably, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, around the edges of those areas, there's more uncertainty than there are in the middle of the areas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, in terms of streamlining planning processes and making things easier for people to actually do what they wish to do, and we've got the other side of the argument, which is the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, which obviously requires council to look at significant intensification, densification in those areas. So the question about the inundation areas is do they need to be as big as they are? Is there potential to have, say, permitted activity subject to some standards relating to floor levels? Or what from a technical basis is the confidence levels that you have that the inundation levels, considering they cover vast amounts of the city, is the right response?
I think maybe if I can jump in, I think in terms of the proportionate component, it's probably best I speak to that. I think Mr. Osborne's really best to talk to the robustness of the model.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe we can touch on the robustness of the model and then come back to the proportionate component. If you want to make any comment on that, Mr. Osborne.
As stated in my evidence, the models do go through fairly rigorous model build and testing process, but then also the mapped extents are based on design events that have been selected and recommended based on a desired level of service and admittedly, I'm not sure who has defined those recommended levels of service so our mapped extents are based on the 100-year or 100-year annual recurrence interval event with allowance for climate change, and there is the desired level of service for Wellington is that there's no habitable floor flooding in that event, and so the extent that is mapped is the modelled extent of flooding during that event. So to achieve that level of service, constructed floor levels need to be above the modelled levels within those flood extents. There is also an issue of displacement, which relates to the Resource Management Act, something James referred to earlier, in that by building within an inundation area, you are potentially displacing water that then negatively affects other parties in the area. And so there is, I guess, a Resource Management Act consideration in that as well.
But so yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Just one follow-up question from that. So in terms of stormwater management overall, you've put controls over development on sites as being one component to that, but there's also some engineering you can do as well. So obviously cash strapped and looking forward, and you got LTP processes to go through in terms of that. So is there an active consideration of mitigating existing flood prone areas within the city? Like I know when I first started working in Wellington, Island Bay used to flood all the time, and they put a massive big pipe down the middle of the parade, and that sort of seemed to sort that issue out.
Yeah.
So is that level of intervention being looked at in some parts of the city which are already known to be flood prone?
Yes, I think so. I could come back to you with examples of those projects if you'd like. Off the top of my head, I don't know, mainly because I don't work in that forward planning area of Wellington Water, sorry.
But it is fair to say that in some areas where there is a recognised issue, that there may be a program of work which can do some engineering.
Yes.
To assist in terms of the getting the water away, basically.
Yes, there is also a rising sense in the industry that as particularly sea level rise becomes an issue, engineering our way out of the problem in the traditional manner of assets, such as pipes and pumps, will become unfeasible and too expensive.
Sorry, Mr. Silk.
No, thank you. So yeah, I guess just in terms of that proportionate, in my view, it is, and I guess it comes really, and I gave this a lot of thought in terms of and tested whether a permitted standard for low level flooding in an inundation area or something that could be. But I guess I took some advice from Mr. Osborne and Wellington Water around the displacement issues, and that's a real issue that needs to be managed, particularly I guess in terms of the scale of intensification that we're starting to enable in some of these areas. And I guess another point I guess is that a lot of these areas that are flood prone are also prone to coastal inundation in different events. So you're going to have an overlap in many of these areas for both of those issues. So I guess that you're still in that kind of mitigation kind of space for the most part, but floor levels would be, or not locating your habitable kind of rooms would be one component to that mitigation. Acknowledging that comes with a cost.
So that was going to be talking about this possibly a little bit later, but since it's front of mind at the moment. So you mentioned in your statement this morning that you've had some discussions with senior resource consent people about workability and so forth. So if you look at, it's just because it's on the screen in front of me, you look at the middle of Miramar, you look at Park Road in Miramar, which is in the middle of a big inundation area. Developer comes along, they say, okay, I want to build to MDRS or high density, depending on what zoning it is, but I'm in this flood inundation area. It's going to trigger a resource consent. What are the tools in the toolbox to actually get across the line from a resource consent perspective? So all relating to getting the ground floor level or the ground floor habitable room level above the inundation area. Is that basically it?
I think that would be your primary, but I guess that doesn't address the displacement issue.
Yeah. So how would you get it across the line, considering that you've got massive areas of Miramar? Again, I'm looking at it now that have got this inundation area over the top of it.
Yeah, I mean, James can probably help, but I guess the foundation, the design of the building, in terms of how it's constructed and the foundations that are used, would have an influence on whether water is displaced or not displaced, and that there would be, even on smaller sites.
So you use piling instead of slabs. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. But and to discuss with your resource consents team about the level of information requirements they're going to need to actually be able to do a scenario like this?
No, we didn't discuss information requirements.
Yeah. And considering the extent that you've got and the general direction, certainly from the government, to make things as more streamlined and more cost effective and so forth, and encourage development. So, that is a factor. All right, thank you.
Well, just on that topic, and it gets to that outstanding matter of contention you raised. And looking at, because as Commissioner Day says, there are quite large swathes of the city mapped in the inundation period area, and you remain of the view that a non-complying activity status is appropriate for where floor level requirements are not achieved. One thought I had in my mind is just how serious is not meeting the floor level requirements in an inundation period, because we're not looking at areas generally, I would surmise, that are of high flow. So we're just talking ponding, the old-fashioned word, rather than flows going through an area. And that goes back to why non-complying if they can't meet the floor level requirements.
Sure. I mean, I guess it's a strong signal, I guess, that that's not an outcome that the plan anticipates or encourages. And when I considered that matter, I guess where I've landed is that that gateway test is appropriate and it can't, in the event that an application can illustrate that their effects are minor, then it potentially would be acceptable, but that should be the exception as opposed to something that's kind of.
Could you envisage a situation where it might be acceptable to not meet the floor level requirements?
I guess if it was if the scale of not achieving it was relatively small, in a sense, 5 centimeters compared to 50 centimeters might, in terms of the effect and on the property, in terms of damage from a flood event, would be quite different.
Right. Okay. Do you want to?
Oh, just to follow up. So the only way you get through the gateway test is low effects, because you've got absolutely zero policy support for it.
Correct.
It'd be the only limb that you could go down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on that?
I might just, if it's possible, just add a little bit more there. So with displacement, what can happen with displacement, just kind of from a pure science perspective? You could have dwellings that are designed to the 1 in 100 year flood event and they are fine, they get through the consenting. As further intensification and development occurs, they could actually put those dwellings under the minimum floor level through the displacement of flood water. So that's why that testing is sitting there for that consideration, because you can bring people that are not currently impacted by flood hazards and bring the house into the impacted effect. So that's why there, and there's been a lot of discussion on this point behind the scenes. It's probably one of the more considered aspects through there, to recognising that the extent is large, but the extent is large because the flood hazard's large. It's not because there's a lot of conservatism built into it. It's just, that's the first time we've really seen urban flood maps, and that's what it looks like in Wellington, unfortunately, and that's the nature we're dealing with. Much the same if you look at Hutt Valley, and it's kind of, extensively underwater as well. So this is why that kind of sits there, is we don't want to bring good people that are in good situations and bring them into bad situations. And the whole idea around non-compliant is, yes, the water is not moving, but if you get a reasonable depth of water, and generally it's accepted around PowerPoint level inside your house, that's all your linings off, that's all your electrical done, that's a large period of time you are out of that house for repairs and the displacement of the people and the economic and impacts that have. So that's why that was originally set at that level, to really strongly discourage it, because it only probably takes 30 centimeters of water in your house and you've got a very significant problem playing out with a very long period of time you're out of a house. So yes, there's not the velocity there, but depth in itself can be an issue. It's not just the movement aspect.
But it's not, it wouldn't usually be a loss of life scenario in terms of that. I mean, in a general level.
No, in terms of its movement, but it still can be deep. Inundation can be anything, it's not, anything from a very shallow depth through over a metre. Like there's variable depths within said inundation overlay. So yeah, it is still possible for, people to lose their life in it, but I believe generally speaking, it's usually when there's a movement of water that washes people off their feet that becomes a real significant issue.
So just picking up on previous questions. So has any modelling been done, and I'm looking at Miramar now too, just following Commissioner Daish's example, has any modelling been done if this area is intensified as per the MDRS and other proposals around rezoning and things? Has any modelling been done around what the impacts of that are on the inundation scenarios for this area?
Not yet, no. Mainly because, well, I don't know. When I say mainly, that's the wrong statement. We haven't done any of that modelling yet. I don't know if we would, because we're hoping that that development would not have an impact through, I guess, this process, in that there won't be displacement effects. The volume of runoff due to development is managed already through requiring hydraulic neutrality for development, so that the amount of runoff that is generated from a property is the same pre and post development. But in terms of actually including physical structures within the model to represent more buildings, that hasn't been done, and I'm not aware of plans to do it. Yeah.
Right, because I was just thinking that even if you built quite intensively, say 50% of Miramar flat, and met the floor level requirements, wouldn't that still have a fairly major displacement effect on inundation?
Yes, I think that's what Mr. Bevan was referring to, and that our future, by tagging displacement as a potential issue that needs to be considered here, we are managing that cumulative effect of development. And so, yeah, so if displacement is considered an issue during a resource consent, and it's or rather we recommend, say, that they build on piles rather than a concrete slab, we are ensuring that they're not removing any available volume within the floodplain that would cause water levels to rise elsewhere. And so the hope would be that that is managed for all developments.
I'm just thinking though, that might be fine for a 1, maybe 2-story building, but if you're looking 3, 4, 5, 6-story buildings, they won't be on piles.
Yeah. But and so, well, actually, no, this gets beyond my area of expertise in terms of how buildings are constructed. The hope would be that perhaps there are garage levels put on first floors and things like that, areas that can be flooded.
You're right, and take up some of the volume capacity. I'm just wondering, following from Commissioner Daish's line of questioning, that whether there are kind of like policy conflicts here in terms of intensification versus managing flooding hazards and things like that, that they're not necessarily talking to each other in terms of what one might result in terms of the other policies. But it's just a thought at the moment. To that, Commissioner Daish?
Just one follow-up question, really. So is it safe to assume if you first cab off the rank, you're going to be okay, but it gets harder and harder? And if you're looking at the Miramar catchment or Miramar flat, you first could cab off the rank and you build a building and it gets the tick for that, and the displacement caused by that potentially, wouldn't that make the later ones or ones further down the track that much more difficult to get consent?
Well, I mean, we'll dive into the detail of the provisions, but I think the intent is that that any acceptable level of displacement would be very, very minor. So there might be maybe a small element of first cab, but I think the provisions are trying to avoid that cumulative effect right from the outset.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just had a few questions around fault rupture zones. Sorry, I just had it in front of me here. This may be where experts come in. Sorry, just maps before me. I was looking, I mean, in some ways, Wellington's quite lucky because a lot of those major fault lines are in rural areas. So that's one thing, but obviously the Wellington fault cuts right through parts of intensified areas. A minor question, I was just looking around the Thorndon Kaifora area, and I'm just wondering about the level of certainty there is around the mapping for fault rupture areas. One minor question is when you look at the Thorndon rail yards and where the motorway crosses, there's a sort of a separation of the Wellington fault into 2 areas there. And just what the basis of that is. You have that up and down. There's sort of, it goes into 2. One sort of carves off over into the sea under the actual ferry wharves, and the other continues along the reclamation in the motorway area. Just out of professional interest more than anything, what the story about that is. To Litchfield?
Yes, I can talk to that. So in our report done by my colleagues for Wellington City, they mapped the Wellington fault using LiDAR, which you can see very clearly, and then it sort of swings off, it bends as you get to the ferry terminal area, and north of there, the land is so modified that you can't tell exactly if there are other features there. There is a photo in the report. Shall I share my screen? Would that be a
If
okay?
it's easy, yes, that'd be.
Yeah. So can you see my screen now?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this is the map in the report. So the pink area is where it's very clear where the Wellington fault is, and you can see it just starts bending slightly as it goes through that ferry terminal area, and then there's this green area up here. And this is because when faults bend, it's likely that you get different sort of strands of it coming off. But this area is very modified, as I said, you know, because of the ferry terminal and all those things. So we don't know for sure. And then this is this photo, which is in the 1870s, showing that there is a possible scarp there.
Yep.
So it's been mapped as what we call this well-defined zone, where we're pretty sure where it is, and then a distributed zone, saying that there's likely to be fault rupture there in the future on a Wellington fault earthquake.
Right, so it's underneath the reclamation or within the
That's
harbour
right.
itself.
Yeah.
Right, and the likelihood of the uncertainty expands under all of that sort of reclamation where the motorway and the railway lines are and things, just as a contingency for the unknown.
Yes.
You can't map what's under there.
No, I mean, there has been some work done for the new ferry terminal and things, and I don't know if that data is available now or anything, but it might be possible to constrain that in the future, but it will be hard. So at the moment, it's just mapped as a zone and that it's likely to be there.
Right, yeah. So in some ways, apart from obviously the ferry terminal and some of the buildings at Kaiwhara and things, it's sort of, there's not a lot of sort of urban development that would occur within that corridor, that part of the corridor. Okay. Are there any other areas of uncertainty in terms of mapping for fault rupture zones in Wellington? Are there any other sort of hotspots of uncertainty? Are we fairly confident along most of that? I'm just thinking, because this will impact on quite a few properties, the rules around this. The level of confidence around the mapping for fault ruptures.
So the Wellington fault, as I showed, that pink zone is very confident, but some of the other faults, way less confidence. These are faults that don't rupture very often, so it's been a long time since the earthquake, so the evidence isn't as clear. And so particularly the ones out to the west, Terrafiti and the Shepherd's Gully fault is much less certainty, much bigger uncertainty about where those faults are. And that's why the zones, the fault overlays are so wide there. It's because, yeah, we've just allowed for that uncertainty in the mappings.
Right. Just one final question around that. I had understood there was a recently identified fault sort of going through Cambridge Kent Terrace Basin Reserve, that sort of area that's been identified. What's the information around that?
Yes, so that's the Aotea fault, which has been identified offshore in the harbour only. But it's quite an active fault, and it's just too short to be just that little bit offshore. So when you project that onshore, then yes, it does seem to. Again, I can show a map from the report. It does continue onshore, but because it's so built over, and we just can't find it. So in the work for Wellington City, it was not, a zone was not developed.
Right, so those two white lines with one through Evans Bay. That's
right, yes. So this is the Aotea fault here was mapped offshore, and then yeah, it's likely that it does continue up through Newtown ultimately, and likewise the Evans Bay fault is identified offshore, and it's likely that it does go through Kilburney through Lyell Bay, but you can't find it. It's the ground is too modified now by all the development.
And so there's really basically such limited information. There's no ability for the district plan to address new risks from those fault lines.
That's right. It's too if you could draw a zone around it, but it would be so wide. It would affect so many properties, and we just don't have enough information about its activity and likelihood onshore to do that. For the report, a thing called a fault awareness area was developed, but yeah, that hasn't been transferred into the district plan, which is reasonable.
Because I mean, yesterday we were looking at warning layers or what advisory layers. I can't remember what they were termed for noise and vibration from the airport and transport corridors. And so I'm just wondering whether any thought had been given around that for these zones or not. Or is it, as Dr. Litchfield said, the level of information is so uncertain it just doesn't make any sense anyway.
Yeah, very early on in the plan change process, prior to Jamie started, it was basically a decision made of, if we put this in, there's so much uncertainty, and then what would be the intervention? You know, you have to go locate the fault, but it's so modified that you can't find it. So then what do you end up with an action on? So yes, you could have put some wide avoidance zone, that may be something there, but it still didn't really give a lot of information to what it would be or what you would do.
Okay. Yeah.
While you're on the screen, Dr. Litchfield, before you take off, just got one further quick question from you. It's good to see you again. When in your evidence, you recommended that we use the term fault deformation zone rather than fault line, coming back and following on from what was said earlier. But I gather in the comments that you just made in response to Commissioner Schofield that you now consider they would be unworkable or difficult to administer. So can you talk me through that?
Sure. No. So definitely want to use the word zone. So we don't use the word fault line as geologists, because faults almost never break in a sharp single line. They always break in a zone of multiple cracks, ruptures on the ground. So we would definitely use the term zone always. What I was referring to there is that for a fault that so for the faults that we can map, we make these things called fault avoidance zones, but in faults that we really don't know where they are, or the mapping's at a different scale, we use the term fault awareness area. So I'm sorry, I know there's a lot of terminology there, but fault zone is some version of fault zone. I think fault deformation zone is what has been recommended in the changes, and I think that's a good description of it.
Or maybe Mr. Sir, you can talk us through. I didn't see that as being. We were still using the word fault overlay with the setbacks and that in the rule. So, if the use of the word fault deformation zone has been included in the plan, it would be good to draw our attention to where that is as we go through the changes later on. Yeah. Thank you. Because what I'm interested in is what is the material impact of using the word fault deformation zone with regards to fault line or overlay. If it's just a change in the terminology, that's one thing. But if it's actually means that it goes from that to that, then that's obviously another. So yeah, just understanding that would be good.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, we'll touch on the detail when we come to each of the provisions, but I think broadly, I think the changes actually introduce much more certainty, I guess, in terms of what the provisions are requiring, as opposed to what they're trying to achieve. When they are specifically referring to an area that can, in these well-defined fault overlays, be identified. Yeah, we can touch on it in more detail.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the time. I think it's appropriate we adjourn morning tea, and I think we're due to resume at 11 o'clock. So the hearing is adjourned until 11 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Hearing 5 has been reconvened after morning tea. We are on the topic of natural hazards today, and before morning tea we had a good general overview of how the current provisions have been put into the PDP and some of the issues around those. What we intend to do now before lunch is to just traverse the current recommendations for changes to natural hazard provisions. Not necessarily, as I said, going point by point, but just picking on the main changes and discussing it. It was a good approach for yesterday in noise. So I think this will cover off any sort of more specific questions that we have. So, Mr. Searle, I'm in your hands just to lead us through. I've got it in front of me now, from your rebuttal evidence.
Yeah, thank you. Should we first touch on or maybe come back on the definitions which weren't changed or included as part of the Appendix A to the supplementary? Or we could park that and just get straight into natural hazards.
Yeah, can you direct me to what we should be looking at?
So for the definitions, it's Appendix A to Section 42A report.
Okay.
It starts with definitions and then goes into natural, then coastal.
Well, let's just have a quick look at that. Okay, I have it in front of me, starting with coastal hazard overlays. Is that correct?
Yes, so that's correct. Do you want me to just quickly summarise?
Just, yes, very quickly, please.
So I guess for the coastal hazard overlays, it's just consistency and trying to be very clear, I guess, in terms of when the term coastal overlays is used in the plan, in the provisions, what it's referring to. So it's mechanics really, it's not a substantive change. The introduction of the hard engineering natural hazard mitigation work.
Could I just pause. You've got including sea level rise for coastal inundation, but not the same for tsunami. Is that deliberate or?
No, that it's you thinking on the spot here, but you potentially could, consistent with my recommendations on the hazard ranking table, you could put tsunami including 1 metre sea level rise.
Okay, I might flag that as just a question for a reply.
Sure.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Yep, sure. Actually, I jumped ahead. So I'm recommending the deletion of the definition community scale natural hazard mitigation structures. I guess in summary, and it's detailed in the report, but it just didn't seem like it was providing a lot of value. There was a duplication in terms of a few different terms and definition used. So it was my attempt to try to simplify that, and the kind of consequential recommendation, which we'll see as we go through the detailed provisions, is that I'm recommending naming the specific parties that are intended. So
I did have a question on that too. It was what's the harm? So what would be the harm of keeping it at a very broad, open-ended thing about leaving it to the possibility of other agencies other than the ones you're recommending specifying? I'm just thinking if there was another agency, and all I could think of was Airways for some reason, where they did want to protect some sort of key asset or something, that infrastructure or something that may be missed off that list.
Sure. So I mean, firstly, there will be a consenting pathway for those types of structures for any entity. But to go back to why you would identify specific entities, I guess it's that degree of certainty you have around that. That would be part of kind of their core business, or something that they would regularly undertake. They would most likely be the owner of that, potentially be the owner of that structure, and have the maintenance, those maintenance and kind of ownership requirements would be much clearer. And I guess for those entities that are identified, the likelihood that those entities would be undertaking works that kind of serve the intent of some of these provisions, which have been amended in terms of serving multiple properties, serving a public good, as opposed to a structure that would just protect one specific property.
Thank you. Engineering.
I guess that's for plan consistency, clarity, just to be really clear about when, what's being kind of controlled and permitted in terms of the plan, what that involves. So I supported the submitter on that would add value. That's consistent with the soft engineering definition. The addition of quarrying activities into the less sensitive, that's, I guess, detailed in the report also. So I'm happy to take any questions on the logic there. The minimised definition, it might be better to discuss in the context of those changes, recommended changes to the objectives and policies.
Just on the definition, natural resources plan has just been through significant process as well, and I think it is now operative.
Yes.
But during that process, significant discussion around minimising the objectives and policy framework, and they again chose to define the word minimise, and it's slightly different wording. So
okay.
I think it had some writers on it from memory, like minimisation, and minimising means the same as minimise as well. So wondered whether there had been any talking with the other Wellington region plans about similar sorts of definitions at all.
There was a brief discussion with Greater Wellington around my thinking in terms of where we might go with the recommendations, but not the specific definition.
No, I just flagged that because it is a slightly different definition. Does the same thing, but I think it is a slightly different definition.
I'm happy to take a look at that and maybe in the writer reply provide a view. So to the minor change to potentially hazard sensitive activities, that's just to reflect that recommendation around quarrying activities as well. There are no questions there. Would you like to move to the natural hazards chapter first?
Yep.
Really? Okay. So in terms of the introduction, I guess that biggest change is that recommended change to the liquefaction hazard overlay, hazard ranking, moving that from a high to a low as per Mr. Beaton's evidence and chief on that as well. The Shepherd's Gully reference, it's a very minor correction, and that's throughout the plan. Adding the definitions, and I guess in the E-plan, the hyperlinks around the hazard sensitive activity definitions just helps with plan users understanding how that works.
Is there any further, the definitions are just, is there any further discussion, because they are kind of unusual terms that don't necessarily instantly tell you what they are, because you kind of had to read them twice to understand. Saying less hazard sensitive activities. There's no other discussion around what they are, other than the definitions?
In terms of renaming those categories.
Maybe further explaining its hazard activities that are less sensitive to hazards. Certain hazards. Getting a bit semantic here, sorry, but this is terms. Are they again getting back to the consistency? Have they been used in the other plans around them?
Yeah, they're pretty consistent terming that's been used in Pororua and Hutt City as well.
In that case, we'll probably just get used to the terms as they get applied.
I guess the E-plan kind of helps in that you can click on it and it pops up and you don't have to go diving for it. Okay. Any other questions on the introduction or move into the objectives? Okay, so I guess the amendments, the recommended amendments to NH01 and NH0 and the introduction of an NH02, I guess, broadly are in response to the Greater Wellington, primarily the Greater Wellington submission, but also in response to, I guess, a number of other submissions that in various ways are looking for a greater degree of clarity in terms of how the whole framework works, I guess. So where I landed on this was that there's a need to differentiate between the outcomes that you're seeking in terms of the high hazard and the outcomes you're seeking in the medium and low hazard. To make it really clear that in the high, it's a reduce or do not increase the existing risk that's there, and for those other areas, it's about minimizing the risk. So minimizing the risk that's being kind of introduced, I guess, or as a result of the development. So that's really clear that, and I guess it comes to that definition of minimize, that it's as low as practicable, so that there's through that consenting process, there's the ability to demonstrate that you've incorporated mitigation to the extent kind of practicable.
Yeah, I guess, going back to the example of inundation and looking at a resource consent application for a new 4-storey development in Park Road seems to be where I'm thinking of, because it's being smack in the middle of an inundation area. And what guidance in terms of achieving the objective about minimisation there might be. Because you've got reduced to the greatest level practicable as being the definition of minimisation. But what realistically are the tools in the toolbox? Is there any opportunity in that particular fact scenario to be a little bit more directive in terms of what there might be? And this will flow through the policies and the rules as well. But considering the objectives are at the apex of the natural hazard provisions, whether there is some way that there could be greater clarity about what you're trying to achieve, or whether it's just, well, we'll suck it up and backfill it with the policies.
Yeah, I guess my first thought on that is that if you want an even further nuanced approach to the objectives, you're getting potentially more complex. Given that challenge of trying to make this easily understandable and easily applicable. But again, that's something that I can note and give some further thought. I think you are really looking to the policies for that more nuanced direction on each of the individual hazards. So if we move to, and I'll use the updated numbering, or so the NH05. So in response to Wellington Airport, included the airport into that objective. I guess in terms of the significance of that the infrastructure and the purposes inclusion of purposes, I guess, is in response to submit evidence on that point. And as I touched on earlier, they were seeking airport activities, which is not currently defined in the plan, but relates to their primary evidence or submission, sorry. So as I guess noting the discussion around, needing you requiring a recommendation and needing to make a decision, I think that the best interim approach is to use the current plan definition and
using airport purposes, because that's a defined term. Correct. Elsewhere, as opposed to airport activity.
Correct. Noting that the other terms, operational port activities, port, passenger port facilities and rail, they are all defined in the plan as well. So it's consistency in terms of all of those activities are clear, subject to submissions on them. So moving to NHP1. Recognition, I guess, within that policy for the operation and functional need for some activities to locate in overlays, which is, I believe, consistent with the sister policy in the coastal environment.
Again, putting my semantic hat on, you're recommending deleting the "and" after the first one and adding an "and" to the end of the second one. So what does that mean in terms of the relationship of 1 and 2 together? Are they meant to be read as an "and"?
Yes, and you picked up on this yesterday, and I think this is something that I looked at as well. It's based on the PDP provisions that I've looked at. It's a drafting style.
Right.
So you've got where it's a conjunctive, you've only got that "and" between the last and the second to last limb of a policy or rule.
Because I would say that, because this is based on, I'm sure other commissioners would probably reflect the same, that I don't know how many debates I've had in the past over whether something's conjunctive or disjunctive, because there's not been an "and" or an "or." Explain, do you have to meet all the tests or just one of them, kind of thing. So notwithstanding that it may be a style, and I still think in terms of a plan user, better if it's meant to be an "and", it should say an "and" or an "or" if it's an "or." Don't know, Commissioner Dace, you sort of got the same.
Yeah, I would agree.
Just note that there's a broad blanket comment.
I agree entirely. I wonder if that's something that should be picked up in the point you've made in minute 27, I think it is, about the wrap up, that as part of looking at consistency of language, we should make sure that the same approach is taken to these "ands" and "ors. And I agree, it's a drafting style that I think is used in legislation mainly, but I think that's changing, where it's the Parliamentary Council Office has decided it's best to just be very specific for each sub clause of a list.
Yep.
And we should bring it in here.
We'll raise it in the wrap-up hearing. Yeah. Right, Mr. Searle.
That's fine.
P2.
P2.
Question.
So I guess in summary, the recommended changes to P2 reflect that change to the objectives, bring that through, and are more nuanced in terms of the outcomes for those low and medium hazard areas, and that avoid direction in terms of the high hazard area.
The difference is saying as far as reasonably practical, or just saying as practical. Used slightly differently, isn't it? Minimise definition. Yeah, used as reasonably practical. Definition.
Maybe a low, maybe more appropriate there, or maybe, yeah, I can take a look at that. I'm happy to.
And another one, operational need or functional needs being inserted. I think the NRP uses operational need or functional requirement. This probably doesn't make too much difference at the end of the day, but again, if there can be, particularly if you're looking at natural hazards or coastal hazards, Some alignment with the regional plan on the terminology.
Sure. I guess
Might be. I know it's used elsewhere in the plan. It might be a bit messy elsewhere in the plan, but you know, operational need or functional need could be operational or functional need rather than needing to split them out like that. But I have seen operational need or functional requirement as being the term for that.
Yeah, I think the way that it's kind of repeated, I guess, is just a link, hyperlink in the E-plan through to those definitions, which isn't completely consistent throughout the plan, but that's the reason that I've added that, but point noted. Moving to P5. So I guess the
Sorry, can I just go back to P3?
Sure.
And you haven't got any changes on that. But with the shifting of the you know, with an inundation area in there as a less hazard sensitive activity, it only is 0.3, isn't it? The risk to people or property is reduced or not increased on the 1% annual exceedance. Because the other two limbs of that actually refer to overland flow paths. And the second one refers to the stream corridor, but there's no reference to an inundation area in that third limb of that policy.
Yeah, so this is dealing with less hazard sensitive activity. Yeah. Yep. Sure. Maybe, yeah, I'll double check, but maybe.
Again, probably a
It
minor
looks like
matter
you
at the end
phrased
of the
it good.
day.
Yep. Clearer reference to that flood inundation. Any comments on P4? Do you want? I'll just confirm as we work through them whether you've got any comments on the provisions that I haven't made any recommended changes. So P4. Okay, so P5, I guess that change there is for the most part just again reflecting that differentiation between the high and low in the outcome that you're seeking. So overland flow path being a medium hazard area, the change there is to minimise with a retention of, I guess, that not increased or reduced for the stream corridor.
So just working through this and having a little bit more of a think about it. So you point 3 about talking about stream corridors. It's at the highest level of flooding risk, isn't it?
Yes.
In terms of, you don't want structures in your stream corridors, basically, but it seems to, you know, indicate that there's a pathway there for additions to buildings. Because if you've got a building in a stream corridor, it probably shouldn't be there in the first place, should it? When you're doing an addition to it.
That's not the best place for a structural building of any kind, for the most part. But there probably are some exceptions that I can't pull out.
Well, there may well be some suggestions, but you know, based upon the fact that your stream corridor is at your highest level of risk to people and property, just wondering why there is a provision in there at all relating to the stream corridor.
Yeah, I guess
minor point, but the policy does begin with and only allow. So it is kind of providing for those exceptions as opposed to policy direction that kind of really opens the door, in my view, but probably comes back to the relevant rules as well in terms of how that plays out in terms of the methods.
Yeah, so the rule. So if you were looking at an addition of a building in a stream corridor, would that be non-compliant? Or is there a discretionary pathway available for them?
It's not yet, you're correct, it is non-compliant. For additions. Yep. 4.4.
So I guess the question is, should it be there in the first place and only allow policy where it can be proved? Because either the building's in the stream corridor and you're doing an addition to the stream to a building in the stream corridor. It's not an outcome you would normally foresee. I can understand with inundation areas that there's a little bit more uncertainty, a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more options available to somebody than something within a stream corridor.
Mr. Bevan may have something to add, but I can only assume, I guess, that it's partly to reduce the number of policies and so that things don't blow out. But if that kind of results in an unintended,
but there's already lots of them.
Yeah, because you could have in additions to buildings for potentially hazard sensitive activities and hazard sensitive activities in the flow paths, in the overland flow paths as a separate policy, and then in the stream corridor as an additional separate policy. Otherwise, you do need those provisions to hang off something.
Okay. Perhaps it's something for your right of reply.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it comes back to, I guess, the comments you've made around trying to really interrogate the ability to simplify.
Without throwing the baby out with the bathwater as well.
Yep.
So, you know, I recognise the complexity of it, but it is, you know, there's a lot of stuff in here.
E6.
I do have a question there about, it gets back to this language, policy language, because is the net result, correct me if I'm wrong, but the net result of this is there's a non-complying activity at the end of this.
Sorry,
site.
P5?
Yeah,
oh, yes.
No, P6.
Oh.
Coming out of P6 is a non-complying rule.
Yes, correct.
Is the language of P6 the right language to use for non-complying? It leads to a rule that is non-compliant. It says provide for subdivision. That sounds quite enabling. This provided that mitigation measures are incorporated. None of that sort of sounds like a non-compliant. Sounds more like a discretionary at the worst case.
Yeah, well, I guess the starting point is restricted discretionary and it only elevates to non-complying when it's not met, but point taken. And I think, yeah, potentially, again, maybe something that I'll give some further thought, but potentially you've highlighted that shift to minimise even signals.
Yeah, if you're a decision maker down the line for 5 years' time, you've got a non-compliant activity, go back to that policy. Is that clear enough steerage for the decision maker to know what you're trying to achieve?
I know there's a task with having a look at the precise wording and what the meaning of some of the policies throughout the rest of the plan are, but you know, to me, it would perhaps only provide for subdivision where these things actually happen.
do one day. Commissioner Dayish, so it's actually a similar version to a similar situation with the previous policy of P5 and the stream corridors aspect, because there's actually quite a different consenting pathway for potentially hazard sensitive activities in terms of elevations and starting point than what there is for hazard sensitive activities. And I wonder if it's a case that will be better served by, again, splitting the policy. I know that just keeps adding to the policy lines, but maybe that's something that requires a little bit more consideration, taking on the point of your view, Chair Schofield.
Because that reads only allow in certain circumstances.
But then if we had, that only provide for that wouldn't align with potentially hazard sensitive in the framework that that's actually got sitting there for the rule framework. So it might actually be, again, we need to give some further consideration there.
Or potentially could be, depending on what we do with P5, you could potentially break that P6 up a little in a similar way we have for P5. But yeah, something we can give some further thought.
Or you could keep it in the same policy, but you have two arms to the policy.
Yeah. P7. Consistent logic there, I guess, in terms of the changes that I've discussed. Happy to take any questions on that. P8, minor change, I guess, in terms to link to those definitions and the insertion of existing risk, and that comes back to trying to be clearer, I guess, in terms of the outcomes that are sought, and when a consenting planner or someone that's an applicant is looking at this, it's kind of what is that starting point for that assessment, and it's really when you're looking at those high hazard areas, it's not increasing the existing risks that's present in the environment. P9, just to align with the definitions in the plan and that inclusion around the foundation designs.
So this is targeted at fire stations and ambulance stations and so forth. Just wondering whether it's necessary. Wouldn't they be looking at whether the operability of the site after an event as part of their site selection?
I would really hope so. But from what I understand, we've got a number of these existing in a number of hazard areas.
Well, that's because there's so many hazard areas. It's possibly difficult to find sites which are clear of them.
You'd think so, but like the new fire stations in Wellington and Lower Hutt, Parkside Road floods in a 1 in 30 year event. There was a major issue in 2004 with them getting engines out. The new police station in Pororua has just been built over pretty damn close or nearly on top of the Oharu fault. So yes, there are site selection considerations going in there, and the only reason there's but they don't necessarily fully consider the hazard and the post-disaster functionality within from what we see in evidence. And this is only really a light touch aspect to it, because if you can't get your fire engine out, you can't get your ambulance out, you can't get your police car out post-disaster from a liquefaction aspect, then they can't serve the population. So that's the reason why it was just considered as a light touch. It's kind of looking through that post-disaster function.
Just to add to that, I guess, interestingly, FENS have no issue with that policy as one of the big, I guess, relevant players. All right. Fault overlays. So I guess, the changes here reflect the relief sought by a couple of submitters, which seek for the plan in general to be to better reflect the level of certainty we know, and we heard from Dr. Litchfield on this, and we looked at one example within Wellington fault. But so
there's a lot more there, but the approach is that it's more nuanced in terms of when, when you will need a consent, when you won't need a consent, and what activities are actually managed in with respect to the level of kind of how defined that fault rupture area is. So, I mean, Mr. Bevan has covered this in his given chief, I believe. So, we can both probably cover this.
Yeah, it's a heck of a mouthful. If you look at the start of that policy, and related buildings and structures within the uncertain, poorly constrained, uncertain, constrained, distributed, well-defined or well-defined extended areas of those faults. So you're automatically looking at having to go back to all these definitions and to work out from a whole lot of tables about whether or not you're going to be falling into each one of these categories. Is there not a simpler way of representing these than having the 4 categories?
I mean, the categories have been directly brought through from the technical work.
Yeah.
And one of the recommendations, I guess, is that we update the fault overlay mapping as well, so that those are defined within the mapping. So I guess the starting point could be that you search your property and you see the overlays that are applied, and then it becomes a bit clearer in terms of how the policies apply. But
yeah. So obviously there's going to be updated mapping. You're going to be having different categories of fault hazard coming through on your mapping. And it's a very long policy, and there's a lot in there, and it deals with potentially 4 different things depending on the level of certainty about how much you know about the fault hazard, where it is, and so forth. Has there been any consideration of trying to simplify it or split it out? You could potentially have different arms, like saying for the well-defined extended areas, these things apply. For the less defined or categories in between, these things would need to apply.
yeah, I mean, I guess the tricky thing is that you've got the categories, but then you've also got the recurrence period of each of the various faults and how you're treating those. But yeah, Mr. Bevan may be able to add.
Yeah, so this is following on directly from the MEP fault hazard guidance that was done in about 2003. They use these terms and they kind of set their consent pathways and approach through it. It's an outdated piece of guidance, but it is the best we still have currently within the country. So for Terrafiti and Shepherd's Gully fault, I accept, given that the provisions are pretty similar through them in policy, you could just call it the Terrafiti fault overlay and the Shepherd's Gully fault overlay, and you could simplify it right down. The reason it kept the same wording is it's just so it had consistency of the Wellington fault overlays. At the Wellington fault overlay, because there is a different rule framework that applies whether you are well defined or poorly constrained or anything else. The wording then becomes very important in the policies because they align directly with the rules. You have an avoid in the well-defined. You have, you basically providing for in the less well-defined areas. So yes, there is a lot of words in there. Yes, there is a lot of technical terms in there. It does align with the mapping and does align with the guidance. And in the area that I do accept that you could refine down, you could just call it the Shepherd's Gully fault and the Terrafiti fault overlay. That would have the most benefit in policy P10, but once you get to kind of P11 and P12, because of how the different structures and approaches through the Wellington fault and Oharu fault overlays play, that's why those policy wordings come through and it's kind of and those technical terms are sitting in there. If compared to what the previous, and just so you know, compared to what it was previously, the previous framework had basically just an avoid in Wellington fault overlay and a void in the Oharu fault overlay. So this is trying to be more enabling in those areas we have the poorly understanding. So therefore, we're trying to give that policy direction to kind of support that as well, without having a policy for additions, a policy for new buildings, but just kind of put it all into that one policy.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got both potentially hazard sensitive activities there and hazard sensitive activities in there.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got the 4 different categories of fault knowledge, if you like.
Yep.
all within one policy, but then they all split off into different rules.
Yep. Yes.
So just in terms of workability and, you know, for a decision maker, in the case of conflict, you go back to what the objectives and policies say, and there's all sorts in here. Just wondering whether there's any way it could be simplified or rationalised in relation to the potentially 8 different scenarios that potentially and hazard sensitive activities multiplied by the fault knowledge.
Just on that note, I know some policies elsewhere in the plan have a policy around identifying certain things. And I'm just wondering whether that could be a precursor part of this sort of policy, the way it identifies, you know, the uncertain, poorly constrained, uncertain, constrained, distributed. You know, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud about whether some sort of explanation policy almost for those terms, and then some subsequent policies framework that sort of says what we're going to do about them. Just a thought. I echo Commissioner Dacia's. I had to read that several times to try and understand what it said. And by the time I finished reading it, I'd forgotten what it was said in the first place. So, you know, for a future decision maker to understand what was the intention and things, this is hard work. So I do recommend revisiting this structure and this policy and any subsequent ones that flow out of it, just from a user perspective.
B13.
Scrolling down.
So just before we move off that, so just so that I understand, we're talking here about the Terafiti and Shepherd's Gully fault overlays. So within those fault overlays is the fault deformation zone.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So when you go to the overlay, like with 3A as an example, 3A, you would in policy P10, you would go to the fault overlay, which will then show you the fault deformation zone, which will then show you whether you're 20 metres from it or not. You know, the earlier point I made about we've got overlays, we don't, well, fault line is not, so we use deformation zone. So in that A, I would go to a map in the fault line overlay that will show me the deformation zone to tell me if I'm 20 metres away from it.
I completely understand the question.
Oh, yeah.
And the way, and I'll defer to Dr. Litchfield to clarify or confirm my view. For the Wellington fault, that is the case. The mapping, so the fault hazard overlay reflects the fault avoidance zone. Those two things that gets used in the kind of technical work. The fault deformation zone sits within that overlay and is a defined area, and the overlay puts 20 metres, a 20 metre buffer on each side of that. So in the case of the Wellington fault, you can't locate.
So when you say Wellington, so in here we use Terafiti and Shepherd's Gully.
Okay.
So when you say Wellington fault, what are you referring to? Those two, or one of them, or
the Wellington
a separate
fault,
one?
The Wellington fault.
Okay. Yeah.
As opposed to talking about more. So I think that's quite comparatively easy to kind of work through in terms of the Wellington fault, which is very well understood. What I might defer to Dr. Litchfield is, she's there, is around how one would identify the deformation zone within those more unknown faults, Terafiti and Shepherd's Gully, because no, the plan does not identify the deformation zone. So I guess that's where that limb comes in, that you you can either demonstrate that you have, and that's difficult for unless you get an expert involved, or because of that, the kind of less risk involved with those, given the recurrence and so forth, and less knowledge around it, or I guess you're mitigating, and that mitigation is, I guess, around the type of structure and how you're constructing lightweight materials and so forth. So
But whether it's so regardless of whether it's either one of those activities, my question is around, there will be somewhere you can go to know you're 20 metres from the deformation zone or not. Maybe Dr. Litchfield can answer, because P10 3A, in order to be able to achieve that, you have to know where the deformation zone is.
Correct.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that you would probably have to get an expert to advise on that, as opposed to the plan providing you clarity for those. But there is that or. So if you if you don't want to have to do that or can't do that for any reason, then it's simply a mitigation. You're in that mitigation space.
Yep. No, let's clear that up. So A is basically get a geologist or get an expert to tell you whether you're within the deformation zone, or B and C allows a separate approach.
Correct.
Is that the intent of that?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're outside of that, if you're outside of it, the effect is not there. It's not, you don't need to manage it because you're outside.
But you don't know you're outside of it unless you get an expert.
That's it.
Yeah.
Is there any publicly available GIS information to show that you go to, or do you have to engage an expert?
As far as I'm aware, the best available information is what we are proposing to map through this recommendation, to put those various kind of complexities into the district plan mapping. It may
they're not there at the moment.
The deformation zones aren't. No, so maybe that's a discussion that I can have with Dr. Litchfield around whether it's possible, in terms of the amount of certainty that we would have around those, to include them for one or more of these. I suspect that it would be possible for the Wellington one, which is, I guess, much more well understood, whether the actual deformation zones are easy to identify for some of these others, where the extent of the hazard overlay or the fault avoidance zone being the same thing is much greater.
Because I suppose if you look at what was there before, that's been struck out, it said located 20 metres from the Wellington fault line, or within the Wellington fault overlay. I'm assuming that those were things that already existed, the overlays, etc. But what we've done by striking that out and introducing the fault deformation zone, we've just introduced some uncertainty as to whether that you're in or you're out, which is fine. If that's the intent, then it's, you know, does that make sense? So before, if you were reading that, you could go, oh yes, I can go to an overlay to see if I'm in. Yeah. Whereas now, to see whether you're in or out, you have to go and get an expert to tell you if you're within the zone or not. And if that's the intent of what we're seeking, then that's fine, as long as it is. That's
We'll
all.
take a closer look to make sure that we're really comfortable.
Yeah.
With that collectively. I believe we're now on P13. So that amendment is really for clarity in terms of that policy, and it links the recommended amendment links to the specific rules around what those rules are trying to achieve in terms of buildings with low occupancy.
Just remind me, low occupancy is defined somewhere?
It is, the term is not,
but I guess in terms of the rules that flow out of the policy, 10. But yeah, we can come to that rule.
Now, in an earlier one. Oh, sorry. With an earlier one, I'm just trying to find it. We, with regards to the wording in P13, we added in the airport. Is that not relevant? And there was one earlier where we added in airport, port activities, rail. Is it not relevant added in here, or no one sorted? Or
The Wellington fault overlay does not impact the location of the airport.
oh, okay, yeah.
So
Sorry.
yeah, no, that's fine. 14, similar, minor, relatively minor amendment to the title of the policy. And then I guess we're back in that space in terms of defaults and just being, taking a closer look at that just to make sure it's as clear and easy to interpret.
So in terms of the ferry terminal redevelopment and recognising that both Commissioner Schofield and myself have had some involvement in that over the years, the new buildings itself for the ferry terminal, and considering the extent of the fault overlay goes all over the area, would what's been approved fall foul of this particular policy, because it's going to be providing for more than 10 people and it's going to be within fault, within,
No, I don't know the details about that specific proposal, but my view would be that the policy actually provides a pathway as opposed to an avoid scenario in a Wellington. So it's really
only by doing mitigation measures.
Correct. Which I guess I would anticipate that those activities located in that hazard would do regardless, right?
Wow.
And the site is designated as ferry terminals.
Yeah.
And that brings in the minimise, noting the discussion we've had on that definition, but it's about demonstrating as low as practically reasonable as opposed to open-ended for too much interpretation there. P15, anything on that? Not even sure we had submissions on that, but flick through. P16, I guess with the deletion of ore stream and river management, I guess was born from a view that natural hazard mitigation encompassed that. There was no need to kind of duplicate or potentially cause confusion, and then listing those specified parties. Discuss that, and happy to dive into that further. It applies to P16 and 17.
I guess the only observation is, have you missed anybody off that should be there? Understand with the port and the airport and so forth, and the council and the regional council, but is there any agency that should be able to make a case for doing natural hazard mitigation works
as a permitted
activity?
I haven't heard from anyone through the process.
No, I don't think you've got any submissions on it. I'm just interested in your views about whether by defining the agencies you're potentially leading to something you don't want to happen with somebody else. Might not be the case, but
noted. I guess the hopefully that is not the case. The fallback is that there's a consenting pathway for those other entities.
Okay.
I think with the inclusion of all their nominated contractors or agents provides enough flexibility as well.
Yeah. And I guess just noting that addition of the encouragement of Mātauranga Māori into the green infrastructure policy in response to Greater Wellington. Into the rules. R1, not overly material, just for clarity. Same with R2, aside from naming the entities. Continue. Three, same. Four, in addition, just to clarify, make sure that that rule is practicable, word in a way that easy to interpret or easier.
So, permitted activity of where A, B, C, that only really relates to B or C. Just running B and C excludes them.
Yep. 4.2 and 3 and 4 all sit under that heading.
Yeah.
So yes, B and C could be dropped from 1, but I think you would need to have a consequential amendment to have headers for those other raw items.
B, 1C, cascade down in terms of activity status.
Correct.
Okay.
5 just incorporates the more detail around the fault overlays.
You know, it's the same question, particularly the Wellington fault, because that's the one that impacts more properties, around the mapping for uncertain, poorly constrained, uncertain, constrained, or distributed areas. That's all fairly obtainable. People, consent officers and things to know where those are mapped and how they impact on private property.
Those categories are mapped, yeah, in terms of that.
And quite good detail for that. Okay.
Just on the mapping, just while you're on it. So in terms of the changes, you're going to be having a push button to deal with those which are well defined and those which aren't in terms of the E-plan. Because my understanding of the Wellington fault is pretty well known where it is through Thorndon and up Glenmore Street and so forth. And then once you get through, because it goes right through to the south coast, it's a little bit more defined. And obviously the technical people will be able to confirm that that's the case. So you'd be having a different mapping button to push for whether it's constrained or not well defined.
The mapping will be clear when you search a property or a site, which part of that fault you fall into. I don't think you're able to link from the provisions directly through to the mapping. And my initial thought is that providing additional definitions for each of those categories may not add a lot of value, but it may be that you have one definition, or in the introduction, it's a bit clearer around, there's a bit more clarity or information around.
Yeah.
It's all split out.
Well, if you're looking at an individual property, and we've all done this as planners, you go to the E-plan, and you turn on every single overlay that there is, or do them one by one to see whether your property is affected. So at the moment, you know, you can do the Wellington fault, which just on my map goes all the way through to somewhere around Red Rocks, I think. But presumably that's less well known than, or less well defined than it is through Thorndon. There's been a lot of work done in the past, or there's a lot of obvious evidence.
I think there's a slightly, to your broader point, I think there's a slightly easier approach in terms of using the plan, where if you search a property, there is a bar which brings up all the specific zones and controls.
There is.
Which is helpful. But I can't speak to whether that's comprehensive in that it pulls up everything, but yeah, it does.
And my expectation is that the mapping, as it's been proposed to be amended, when you pull up your property and it's on that left-hand bar, it will say if you're well distributed, poorly defined. It will have the category, no different to flood hazard, saying you're in an overland flow path, an inundation or stream corridor. It's much the same kind of categorization. So you would have the same kind of aspects playing out on your refined map.
That would be helpful.
And that's always been the intent.
R6, I guess that's one of the more substantial changes, I guess, in terms of
Provision for residential units compared to where the PDP landed.
So I guess in terms of the amendment, that's all related, I guess, but it relates to the new R15, which we can come to, but where my view is, in response to submissions, my view would be that it would be inappropriate to allow for degree of
development that the PDP allows in terms of residential units in the Wellington fault, given its high hazard and that it's well defined. And so my recommendation is to provide for only one new dwelling on an existing vacant site, so that still use that site, and that's only when the dwelling is located within part of that site that is within the overlay. So it's, and I did do, so I guess from a development kind of capacity or impact of that, property economics, read some numbers, and it doesn't have, it has a very, very minor impact, you know, on the numbers, I guess. So it's more of an impact on those individual sites that are impacted. I did do an exercise with an overlay to try and identify whether some of these sites that are being picked up might have the ability to locate outside of that, and it does look like a lot of you know, the relatively small number of sites that are getting picked up should or could in many cases be able to locate outside of that hazard overlay.
Your new NH Rule 10, isn't that in the wrong place? Because we've got all the fault line stuff previously, and then it goes to liquefaction, and then it goes to flood hazards. So wouldn't it be better if it was reordered with the rest of the fault thing?
Yeah, there might be some logic to that. I think I
put all the fault line things in the same place,
Mm.
in the same general area, because then you're chopping and changing. I recognise that that's an RDA rule, and there might be a reason why you do your permitted rules first and then your RDA rules afterwards, but it's
That was the logic.
just a thought.
Just by way of clarification, just if we do looking at this, would then you be looking at like pulling NRR15, which is non-compliant, so you'd almost have fault stepping all through, flood stepping all through, liquefaction stepping all through, so you would pull out from permitted, all your permitted to then all your restricted discretion and your discretionary non-compliant, and instead sort it by topic or by hazard.
Well, you've got two ways of doing it. Well, what I was looking at was when you were going through the rules relating to faults, I was thinking, well, what if it is, sensitive activity or potential sensitive activity within the Wellington fault? And between the rules which talk about whether it's permitted and you're talking about Shepherd's Gully or whatever, you've got all the stuff on flooding. And then you hit the fault. So I don't know whether Commissioner Schofield's got a view about whether you put all the rules relating to fault hazard together, and then you put all the rules relating to flood hazard together.
Seems sensible, wouldn't it? If you're a plan user and you're in a fault overlay, say, want to know easily what applies to you, cascading wise. I don't know if there's any plan writing protocols around this or even national planning standards. I don't think so.
I think this is the only chapter I've struck this, where you've got various different things which are included in the same chapter, but they're for different purposes and they relate to a different hazard. I don't know, for example, when we were looking at noise yesterday, whether or not it's an issue. Just a thought. Anyway, perhaps you could have a think about the sort of the readability or the structural way it all hangs together.
Yeah, I think we've had a similar suggestion from a submitter, so we can look at that.
Okay, thank you. I think we're still in the rules. 7.
Yeah, new 6.
Hmm.
So the addition there, the rule title is really just to reflect the fault complexity. The addition of hazard facilities and major hazard facilities is reflects, I guess, the greater sensitivity of those in response to a submission, and that would kind of fit logically with those other activities that have been identified. So I can support that. R7, that's where the recommendations come in, I guess, just around clarification of the rules, that they are there to, I guess, control the construction of a building or the conversion of an existing building. And the addition of in the Wellington folders, because that's really where it's applicable, so that just makes it a bit clearer. New R8, numbering, consequential, new R10, again, the title to reflect the construction of buildings or the conversion of existing buildings. The changes in terms of freeboard or the floor levels are consistent with the other changes recommended for similar provisions. New R10 simply reflects that fault complexity. 11, the type 11, similar to R9. Stop me from going too quickly.
While we're on R10, and in response to the question about the order, I've just been checking the national planning standards, and what it requires is that you order your rules in a chapter according to all of the permitteds, all of the controls, restricted discretionaries. So that's, I think, why R10's there. what it does say is that if you have multiple activity statuses within a rule, you explain the permitted part first, then the going on down. So it may well be that as part of the thinking about the complexity of all of these different, 8 different permutations, as you put it earlier, Commissioner Daish, that we try to simplify the rule framework so that we address all of these things, but within a smaller number of rules that enables you to see how, if you meet the permitted activity standards and then it cascades out. Exactly. That might be how that works best, rather than, well, otherwise, if it stays like this, R10 is probably in the national planning standards proper location.
Yeah, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with doing it at the, with the suggestion, but it just in terms of readability, we want to deal with
I agree.
all the fault stuff first.
I agree.
Just a slight process thing, and I might be wrong, but if we go back to NHR 7, the new one, under the RDA, where you've got the compliance with the requirements of NHR 8.1 cannot be achieved. Should that be changed to 7?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. R11. I think, given our conversation that we had earlier, I think in terms of R11.2, I'd like to give a little more consideration to the terminology used there, just to ensure that I'm comfortable with that recommendation around not increased as opposed to minimised. Given we are talking about the inundation area and when we come to non-complying activity status and all of that, I'd just like to highlight that. I'll have a closer look at that.
Yeah, we had quite a discussion about R11 before, and wondered what your views were, whether there could be a permitted pathway subject to compliance with conditions or subject to compliance with standards, instead of putting everything through an RDA process.
It's the displacement that I think is the tricky component to that, and having a permitted standard that allows you to
displacement. But wouldn't, as I said, wouldn't you still get displacement anyway if you're doing multiple story buildings and things like that? Well, I mean, maybe there are options like garaging, as you said before, but whether you're still going to end up getting displacement occurring anyway, if you're providing for intensification.
Yeah, I guess again, looking at the language, but if we're looking more of a minimized kind of approach, so that there is a requirement for an applicant or a proposal to at least consider what's practicable in terms of addressing the issues of displacement. It's on the table. If it's a permitted standard that only deals with the floor level, then it's I guess not on the table. And I'm not aware of a permitted standard or a way of crafting a permitted standard that gives a degree of that manages that issue of displacement. And I guess the other thing is, for the inundation area, we haven't split that up, I guess, into further nuancing around low, medium, high either. So you could be talking about putting a building in an area that has potentially a metre of flooding in there, and the displacement effect would be much greater than if it was in something of 10 centimetres of flooding.
Understood, but just looking at the Miramar Basin or whatever you would call it there, just the sheer extent of the properties that there are, and some of the areas which are mapped are quite small, quite discrete as well. There's little blue blobs, and there's areas within the main blue area where nothing applies, and it's obviously been generated from the model. But to put every proposal where there's a bit of blue on the maps through an RDA process, just again concerned about whether that's the appropriate pathway for all of these, because some of the areas are very small, and it may be that there's an engineering option available to deal with it, but whereas others are very extensive. I just raise that as a underlying concern with the inundation overlay and just requiring consent for, you know, for a lot of properties, and particularly with the NPSUD expectations as well.
Without answering your question on achieving what the NPSUD is seeking, what the approach that this plan does is provide for with an RDA approach is it does provide for plan enabled capacity. So because the definition in the NPSUD of plan enabled includes RDA activities, there isn't a direct conflict between this approach and therefore not achieving what the NPSUD asks. Doesn't mean that I'm not saying that the balance is therefore right. There's still a question about whether the balance is right, but there's not a sort of a legal conflict between this approach and the NPSUD because it's consistent with it being plan enabled.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I'm not sure if it's helpful to the commissioners, but there's maybe a couple of background discussions that are going on that may also help. So at the moment, Greater Wellington is considering preparing guidance for every natural hazard in terms of how you can mitigate. So it is well recognised that, you know, in all cities in the Wellington region, the hazard profile or the mapped hazards is quite a lot different than what we've historically and generally been used to. So there is already conversations underway about whether they generate non-stat guidance essentially to assist councils and to assist applicants with this is how these are your mitigation options if you're in an inundation area. These are all the things you can consider and take into account. The same for fault eruption and tsunami and everything like that, just to help this process that's currently, you know, before us and the big step change that we're going through. The second thing, just so you're aware, we did have a submission point on, you know, could we have even split in terms of depth? If you're, say, under 0.5 metre, could you have, you're under 0.5 metre, could you have a permitted activity standard and the displacement would be fine and we could, you know, carry on that. And if you're over 0.5 metre, okay, then you're an RDA, because it's been very front of our minds that we know the inundation area is a large geographic extent, it affects a large number of properties and we're trying to find the most efficient pathway through. In conversations with Wellington Water and with other parties, it came about that there's still a flow, even though the flow aspect with the inundation area is low, there is still a flow aspect and at very low thresholds, and even at low depth thresholds, you can get relatively large displacement effects quite quickly. And I saw some testing that was done, and it was showing, you know, 10, 15 centimetres. And in some instances, it will be okay to displace. If you displace 2 centimetres onto your neighbouring property, it's just the backyard affected, and at the end of the day, the habitable building's fine. That's probably going to be okay. It's when the reason the displacement's there is if we impact the habitable, you know, building, we don't really want to get in the state of making people that are currently dry wet in the future. And there's been a lot of testing and a lot of, you know, approaches, because in agreement, you know, the most efficient pathway through for consenting is the best pathway through. I guess just to let you know that there was a lot of testing and we just couldn't find a depth or a thing through our testing that we could get to work and easily map and show, but happy, you know, through the right reply to keep considering this option.
Just to pick up on that too, I mean, looking at the Miramar situation, but I know I was looking at Tawa before, you know, large swathes are in this zone. Are you kind of satisfied that putting all development in that area through RDA for this issue, and they're still applying them some sort of mitigation around these issues, that it still cumulatively would result in a suburb-wide displacement issue. If if incrementally, that 2 centimetres you mentioned before, if you multiply that by, I don't know, hundreds of lots, you still wouldn't get a overarching displacement problem.
There is definitely that possibility, and I guess, yeah, well, the hope is that through this, through the process of requiring consideration of, of displacement, we will mitigate that. However, yeah, it is. I guess I don't know. Yeah, I guess there is that possibility that you've raised. However, yeah, by considering displacement, we're trying to reduce that possibility as much as possible.
So in a cumulative sense, you're looking to minimise the amount of overall displacement through the RDA process.
Yeah, or ideally any displacement, but most likely there will be some, and so we're trying to minimise it. As James mentioned, there is a lot of thinking going on around this, and so it is a developing space.
Okay. Questions?
So remind me, there's been a lot of things written about this. What was the reason for discounting the half metre as a permitted activity subject to standards?
So it's just some of the testing I saw that even at under a half metre, you could still have a reasonable displacement. There was a bit of a flow and you basically formed a barrier and wall or you directed into your neighbouring property. You could still have actually a reasonable effect on your neighbour from it.
So if you were to, your mitigation option is to not make that sort of barrier though, isn't it?
So yes, I mean, generally piled designs, if you're single 2-storey, there are options I understand that maybe you can do, compensatory lowering of ground levels to offset the displacement you are doing. So you provide on-site storage or other options to deal with it. So there are also engineering solutions for the larger, maybe more intensive design developments. So I understand it's not just as simple as, piled designs. There can be other measures, but it's not an area of expertise in, but there are other options that can respond to it.
If I could just add to that as well, that half metre threshold was just too simple a consideration. There are so many factors that go into the magnitude of displacement from building in an inundation zone. That it's just a simple depth cutoff is too simple.
Okay. I'm just looking at this, the map in Miramar, and I just wanted some observations about some of the blobs, if you like, which aren't covered or are covered. I'm looking at one property, 138 Hobart Street, and it looks like down the vast majority of the site's got the inundation overlay on it, but there's this blob in the back garden which is outside of it. Is that correct, or is that because somebody's got a, they've got a raised area at the back, or what is the reason for some of these little anomalies that there are?
Most likely it is in the topographic model that was used, or that forms the ground surface in our flood model. There was a raised area there, and so whether that raised area is due to a raised garden or a terrace, or if it's an artifact of LiDAR processing, it's difficult to know. But in the topography, our models indicate there's a raised area there.
Okay, it looks like it's a car park to me.
Right. Just to add to that, James and I have had the same thought. It's the flood inundation modelling takes off 5 centimetres.
Yes,
So it
yes,
could
there
be
is.
that those are
Yeah.
very low levels, and
Yeah.
those gaps would be filled in if you add that in,
Yeah,
possibly.
Okay.
Now I'm just looking at the rules. The rule too, so for every consent application in, say, Miramar, would an applicant be expected to provide some expert assessment? I mean, again, it's around the cost of implementation kind of side of things. And looking at the matters of discretion, the impact from the 1% annual exceedance probability of flood is low because of da 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 da. Would there be an expectation from the council processing these consents that applications would require some level of expert sort of input, advice?
I suspect it might play out like current practice. So at the moment, displacement is not an unusual thing. It's fully considered in HUT consents. It's playing out in Wellington City. It's just doing it in the absence of a rule framework and without any it's just kind of more of an opaque non-stack process that's been pulled into consent framing. So, dealing with displacement is not an unusual thing. It's probably been going on for about 3 years now. Wellington Water, when you go get advice from them, usually kind of give you some clear indication of whether a kind of a flood displacement assessment is required. Usually that's in instances where there is deeper water, or if it's more shallower water, then usually there's very clear advice given. This is your floor level, and if it was in a pile or something like this style approach, then hey, you carry on, and you put that in with your application, and no flood displacement assessment kind of forms in it. So while this approach is new in the plan, kind of the practice has been going on and has refined quite a large amount in the last 3 years. And the advice that you now get from Wellington Water is quite specific to the development form you're doing, and kind of gives, and it's even getting better with, giving you clearer direction around when a displaced assessment required, or instances where, as long as you're doing X, Y, Z, or sometimes just meeting the minimum floor level because the water's so shallow, then that's okay.
Could the plan itself give some advice around that? If that's the common practice and expectation that advice from Wellington Water should be obtained or something like that, could that form part of the rule framework for this or something? I don't know, some measure where if that's an acceptable approach for addressing this, the council would accept in most instances. Maybe the plan could actually help steer applicants. That. That's a question.
Sorry, I'm going to do something that's a little bit unusual, maybe put you on the spot here, Alistair, not normally how this works. I've heard, is Wellington Water developing an app potentially looking at this at the moment?
Not specifically displacement, but floor levels, yes. So although, and I'm not entirely sure of the wording of the rules here, but I think the current process is if you are within an inundation zone, you have to seek a minimum floor level, and generally as part of that assessment, Wellington Water will provide recommendations or comments about whether displacement needs to be considered. So I think the current setup is that you get comment first about whether you need to consider it. I'm not entirely sure about that. At least that is probably current practice, I should say. Yeah.
Maybe that's a matter for reply around that.
And possibly another matter for reply is these little blobs that were existing around the maps in Miramar. And again, there's, looking at Brussels Street in Miramar, there's a lot of these small, very small areas which are either within or outside of the inundation overlay, whether there could be some smoothing out of those and whether that's feasible or reasonable.
There has been a lot of thinking about that in terms of the generation of these layers, which are in part to reflect flood extents, but also trying to balance that with them reflecting planning rules, zones of where planning rules apply. And so yeah, we can more, well, depending on Wellington City Council's thoughts, we can consider that further.
I think we can definitely provide a response or clarity around those anomalies. We've got that context.
Okay. And did I hear you say earlier, Mr. Bevan, that construction of buildings and inundation zones in Hutt City is a permitted activity?
They've put it forward as permitted and as notified in the IPI that's going through, with a policy framework that considers displacements. There is a disconnect there. In the draft that the Hutt is currently putting through and putting a plan change out, putting the draft plan down in October, it's shifted back to restricted discretionary.
Right, okay. And that gets us to the issue of non-complying, the non-complying aspect there. So just to clarify, what would flick you from the finished floor levels? And that's the only trigger? No, and the floor joists. So those two conjunctive requirements, if you didn't meet both or one or the other, you'd flick to non-complying, is that right?
Referencing here.
That's 14.
11.
R11, yes. On page 30.
Oh, yes.
Correct.
Right. And that's all pretty measurable. The allowance for freeboard, for instance, that's a known quantity, measurable quantities that you could say, this is our allowance for freeboard, an acceptable allowance for freeboard.
My understanding and follows, I guess, the earlier conversation is that the easiest way to establish that is to seek direction from Wellington Water.
Right.
The specific.
Do you have a standard approach for freeboard, or is this sort of context driven?
No, we do have a standard approach. It's part of our methodology, and just we undertake, once we've developed our hydraulic models, we undertake sensitivity testing to try understand the impact of residual risks like pipe inlet blockages, uncertainty around surface roughness, and probably our most dominant or most affecting parameter, increased rainfall, more intense rainfall. And then we, using the results from those sensitivity tests, I guess we look at the difference between our base scenario, which is the one we've reported on, the 100-year annual recurrence interval with climate change. And we look at how much more flooding there is when these other factors are considered, and then we develop a freeboard allowance that potentially varies spatially across a model. Yeah. So we do, in general, we will apply a 200mm freeboard, but there are places where we will apply a even up to a metre freeboard, just because we know if a culvert blocks, a lot more water is going to end up somewhere.
Mm.
And that's, if I can just add to that, my understanding is that those freeboard requirements are determined by that regional standard for water services. So there's a section in there that,
Yeah,
that's section 4.2.8, 4.2.8.
Again, it kind of highlights to me the need for the rules or somewhere to sort of say Wellington Water, to do that. Is there a cost involved with processing an application in an inundation thing area?
I'm not entirely sure. I think there possibly is.
Do you charge people, or is it a free service for people?
I don't mean to shift responsibility. Unfortunately, I'm not part of the team that processes these. I do know for large developments, there is a cost for reviewing plans and applications, but I don't know for single lot developments and the like, or simple floor level recommendations if there's a cost. Yeah.
Reply.
Yeah, I can find an answer to that already. We regularly as a firm seek that advice almost daily. There's no cost.
No
Just-
cost.
No, it's just an email. There's a land development at wellingtonwater.co.nz. Just click it in an email and you get the answer back within a couple of days.
So accommodating.
Ratepayers.
Yeah, so accommodating.
I was about to say that I was almost certain there would be a cost based on what I know, but glad to hear it's the opposite.
Or maybe just confirm through the reply about.
Normally, no cost is a foreign thing for the legal people.
Concept.
The concept is just like, there's no such thing for legal counsel normally.
I just observed that we as a firm put a lot of consents in as well, and we don't normally get turned around in a couple of days. And that is, you know, with 20 working days and all of that, often the delay as well. We haven't got a response from Wellington. Sometimes it's the case, depending on complexity.
Sorry, just for purposes of completion, that was a pre-application prior to starting. You know, normally you get a turnaround time in terms of your freeboard levels, and that I'm not talking about in the process. I'm talking about prior to, you know, if you're getting your initial advice to work out what your floor levels are and how to respond, then that aspect is theirs. You know, usually within a week you have a response back given that information.
Just turning to the non-complying thing, you were saying that there's the Cut City are looking at a plan change to bring in RDA for this. Again, what is, I mean, it may be too early or whatever, but what would be the status there that they're looking at if they can't comply with?
I think they had the same escalation, and it's the same escalation at Porora City as well.
Straight to non-compliant.
Right, non-compliant. And currently, but I will say that is at a draft, not proposed stage, and you know there will be submissions that will need to be considered and to see whether that is the final position that falls.
So we'll break for lunch shortly, but what's going through my mind and possibly the other commissioners is it's if the breach of those requirements is so significant and the impacts and the effects of those non-requirements are so significant that it deserves a non-complying activity, because non-complying is usually is regarded as generally not acceptable or generally inappropriate, but there may be exceptional circumstances where it is. And that's what I'm trying to apply the test for, which I can't at the moment. Apply the test for looking at the Miramar again. There will only be very exceptional circumstances in Miramar where it would be acceptable or appropriate to grant consent to not meet those requirements. So I'll leave that question hanging for lunch. We'll come back at, what time did we say? 1:30? Yes, 1:30. So, okay, the hearing is adjourned till 1:30. Thank you.
I suppose just for the, probably commissioners, just for the other experts online, do you, I speak David or anything around for coastal, but do you still need Angela or Nicola for post lunch?
Good afternoon. Hearing 5 on the proposed district plan provisions for natural hazards is reconvened. We are working our way through the recommended changes to the district plan provisions, and we are up to, have we finished with Rule 11? I'm ready to move on.
Just one quick question. So in the past, in the track change version, wherever the word increased is used, we've often changed it to minimised, but we haven't in this occasion. Is that so? You see here number 2 where it says the risk to property is reduced or not increased. We've often taken both of those out and said minimised. Is that and is increased and intentionally left in there? I'm just, it may be the context of that. That's just a question. That's all. I'm not sure.
It was intentional, but
Okay.
upon further consideration, I'll have a closer look at it.
Yeah.
Given all the context of the discussion.
Here we are now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we left the question hanging around the non-complying status. Do you want to respond to that in a moment, or?
Can you repeat the question?
Well, the question was, in general planning practice, use of non-complying is where some activities seem to be generally inappropriate or unacceptable except in exceptional circumstances. And the question I asked is whether non-compliance with the RDR conditions standards is such that it really does trigger it to go to that exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, the view that I've held and the view that I maintain, I guess, is that dwellings, hazard-sensitive activities should be built to the minimum floor level and the required floor level. So I would say that should be that exception. It should be an anomaly where you don't build to that level. Yeah, if you're going to add things.
I suppose just to provide a little bit of context in terms of a wider kind of market position aspect as well, and this has kind of come out of from a few EQC discussions and other work I've been involved in. It seems on face value, you go, it's inundation. Why does it matter if you're below floor level? It's that's just a bit of water and ponding. There's a really big insurance implication though that plays through. So if you are below minimum floor levels, you may not get insurance. So you could have instances, developers on selling plans and then people picking up and they're not able then to obtain insurance. And there's quite a significant social and financial implication to that. And if you're building new, there's most instances you should be able to hit the minimum floor level. I mean, for all the, not often you see a project below minimum floor level. It's kind of built into practice now around designing. So because of the insurance implications and the bank funding and everything that goes with it. So that's kind of also informed some of this to why it should be the exceptional. So you're not passing on like a future problem to someone else, then they may not be able to obtain the insurance they need to get to pass through.
Yeah, just with the minimum floor levels, if you're again, I've got Miramar up in front of me, but if you're in sort of like the deepest or lowest area within that inundation area, potentially looking at it, having to raise the building quite a significant amount. And considering the site's all zoned for residential development generally, is that an appropriate response where basically existing use rights maintained, but if you want to rebuild or do anything different, you're going to have to build a substantial structure which is going to have to be all above the inundation area.
My view would be that that's appropriate. It's an appropriate response to a flood hazard.
So depending on how deep it is as well, if you have an inundation area which fills up, and I don't know the figures and we don't have Mr. Osborne here, but of those inundation areas, what is the maximum extent of depth in those inundation areas, just to understand some of the potential consequences here.
For Wellington, I'm not sure. If I was to step out ahead, like Lower Hutt, I think it's 1.2 metres, and I have seen development in 1.2 metres. Generally speaking, as the MDRS comes in with the more permissive recession planes and daylight angles and everything else kicks in, it actually is getting easier to build up for your floor levels now, because you're not constrained by your 2.5 and 45 or whatever your daylight angles may be on the boundary. You now have 4 metres and 60 degrees to play with. So it's actually, you're not now losing the building form you used to lose with the changes that are coming through to allow you to get above floor levels.
Sorry, I don't quite follow. If you're building a conventional building under the existing district plan, 2.5, 45, how's that going to affect minimum floor levels?
Well, what I'm saying is you're more likely to have a recession plane non-compliance because you've got lower daylight angles to play with on the boundary. So if you're trying to come up,
So if you're going to build up in height, you know it's better under NDRS than it is under the existing. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
R12. Those, I guess, the changes to the title and to the freeboard floor levels are consistent with the other changes in relevant rules. I agreed with submitters around ending the elevated activity status where 12.1 is not applied with to discretionary from non-compliant. That reflects, I guess, the less hazard sensitive nature of those activities and type of activities themselves.
So, but it's in the overland flow path. So, which is, I think, was the questions before, was that that's got an elevated level of risk over and above the inundation area.
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't comply with A, you therefore get an easier ride because you're not non-complying, you're discretionary, than you would if you're not complying with the inundation area. Am I missing something here?
Well, one relates to
Potentially hazardous.
One, so they're less, those activities are less sensitive to the hazardous.
So the only difference here is in relation to it being potentially hazard sensitive activity.
With those activities that fall within that.
Yeah.
Listed.
Yeah. So presume. So then the next one, R13, has a discretionary across the board.
Correct.
For those.
As a starting point. So I guess.
As a starting point, and then it flicks to non-compliant after that. If you can't comply with it.
For R13.
Yeah.
No, it's just discretionary.
So
it doesn't elevate.
So R11, constructions of buildings within the inundation area of the flood hazard overlay, RDA, where you comply with floor heights, etc. And after that, it goes to non-complying when there is potentially or hazard sensitive activities within the overland flow path, which is always going to be treated as discretionary. Just doesn't equate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can say too much more on that.
It's just isn't. I guess the point is that the overland flow path is a high level of risk generally with an overland flow path, as opposed to an inundation. With the inundation rule, your RDA is subject to compliance, and if you can't do that, you flick to non-complying. Whereas overland flow path, you do the same sort of thing in an overland flow path, and then your hardest category of activity is discretionary.
Is the difference is that for inundation areas, there is a standard, easily compliable standard to be met to address the risk. With overland flows, there's no single solution. It will depend on context settings.
That is part of the logic there, yes.
Okay.
You know, you meet that minimum floor level, so you've already dealt with a lot of that. If you don't, then that risk increases.
And there's no single sort of standard that would address the overland flow issue. Overland flood path, sorry, flow path.
There are instances for overland flow path where if you don't, even if you comply with the minimum floor level, you may not, be able to get through the consenting pathway because of deference of you deflecting the flow path onto your neighbouring site, or you've backed it up and causing all sorts of issues. Whereas for the first rule is if you get through the floor level on potentially sensitive activities and inundation, you start at restricted discretionary. So you just get through that. It's only when you don't comply to the floor level that you go down. With the potentially hazard sensitive activities below, we also got to keep in mind the Building Act, which has accessibility requirements. So in many of the potentially hazard sensitive things like retail, commercial activities, they're on constrained sites, they're in commercially zoned properties. To hit accessibility requirements, they are more likely to be acceptable instances where for the shop or the retail store to operate, they may not have to have a floor level, but the level of this impact in terms of the occupant is not as great as what it is for a hazard sensitive activity. Because of the Building Act accessibility requirements, ramps and everything that flows through on that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling with one being non-complying and the other being discretionary. And there is a potentially higher level of risk with overland flow paths as opposed to inundation areas.
And I suppose the flip to my suggestion or question are there any circumstances where building in an overland flow path should be non-complying? Are there any describable conditions where it should be non-complying? Can't think of anything off the top of my head, but
that may be something we might actually explore through the right to reply if that's possible.
R14 deleted and replaced by the other set policies. Sorry. Is replaced by 15. New 15. The total of 14, so we'll come to 15 with the total of 14 just changed to reflect the other changes in the other. So 15 now deals with potentially hazard sensitive activities and hazard sensitive activities within the well-defined and well-defined extended areas. So for the most part, the Wellington overlay.
Those are terms. Well-defined and well-defined extended areas are mapped.
Part of that full
well.
complexity map. Yep, defined. So.
Yeah, I still wonder whether there's still room to provide a bit more guidance to plan users around all these things and even illustrate them as well, or with examples or something. Okay.
So that's where the recommended approach to maintain or provide for a single residential unit on an existing vacant site is provided for as a restricted discretionary activity and restricted as opposed to permitted, so that at least that unit built in some mitigation to ensure that that's to a degree resilient to fault rupture should that occur, with all other potentially hazard and hazard sensitive activities non-compliant.
What if it's not a vacant site? What if it's redevelopment of a site which currently has a house on it?
Take the house off and put multiple and propose to put multiple units back on.
Possibly, or put one additional unit on, or two units, for example.
Or my view would be that you're increasing risk in a high hazard area, and that's a non-compliant.
So it probably wouldn't be of much utility. There wouldn't be many vacant sites within Bournemouth, which is where this really applies.
So, and I guess that, yeah, we can't look at this in isolation of that. There will be sites that are partly located within the overlay. So this only applies to that part that's located. So you could still potentially put one or more dwellings on the part of the site, or a redeveloped site outside. But yes, there are only, I don't have a specific number, but there are only a handful of kind of vacant sites that I've seen.
And to pick up on that question, so if somebody had a house within the site, but they wanted to rebuild much bigger and better, but still one dwelling unit, and it would fall outside existing use rights because it's so much bigger and flashier, and 3-car garage, blah blah blah. Is there provision for that sort of to occur within this rule framework?
Outside of existing use rights?
Yeah. The scale, intensity and character changes from.
Not as I've recommended these changes.
That goes to the non-complying one.
Correct.
I mean, it may be a very unusual circumstance.
And generally speaking, the practice around the country is when you're in a fault as active as the Wellington fault or a Haru fault, generally you don't want any further kind of real intensification going in there. And that's because when the fault ruptures, half the building could end up, 3 or 4 meters north of the starting point of the other half on the other side of the fault, and it's very hard to design around that. And there's countless international examples of a lot of deaths in those kind of instances where they're occurring. The Wellington fault's got about 11% chance of a rupture in the next 100 years. So we are dealing with a reasonably high level of probability by fault standards. And that's what's kind of enforcing that kind of basis. And it very much aligns again with the MFE guidance and what is, and kind of where other plans are heading in this direction.
Okay, I'm ready to move on.
That brings us to the conclusion of natural hazards.
Outside the coastal environment.
Correct. Yeah. That's right.
So I'm just working my way through those provisions at the moment. So if we maybe look at the bottom of, I don't know what page it is, 7th page in the coastal environment one, where there's a table that refers to 1 metre sea level rise versus armies, which we've talked about.
A further discussion on that.
Any questions?
Okay.
I'm looking at CEO 5 at the moment.
Correct. Yep. So I guess the logic there and the rationale is a repeat of the approach to natural hazards. But let's take any questions or any thoughts.
I suppose the only question is around the minimise topic again. The question, reduces or does not increase? Do not increase. This is minimise again here. But that you said you want to sort of revisit the whole use of the word minimise in terms of all these provisions, or are you fairly satisfied it's appropriate in this?
I think it's entirely appropriate for this, for CEO 6, and the same logic applies, but yeah, happy to look at the definition and the consistency there with the NRP. And you know, I have a once over all the provisions following a hearing, just and provide some commentary on the right of reply around anything that I might pick up around consistency around those two terms or two approaches there.
And remind me again of the relationship of this with the CCZ.
CCZ has its own specific objective, the new 09, and you've got that recommended change to move to shift from a do not increase to a minimise.
Right. So if you had a resource consent application for down by the water, near the waterfront, would this objective kick in as part of your section 104 assessment?
Good question.
And how would you treat it?
It should potentially be an exception for those, you know, for further clarity, because the direction, the objective really is that CEO 9.
It's the thing you look at, not.
Yeah. And I think when we come to the policies, there's been an attempt to try and provide that further clarity at a policy level. So maybe there's the need to be a bit clearer in the objectives. And equally, you could potentially say the same airport. For, you know.
Is that 08?
Correct.
I think just rereading them, I think the difference is the inclusion in 05 of existing. Because if you said there hazard overlays minimize the existing risk, it would look funny. Not look funny, read funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's not the intention. There'll be a harder test. Yeah.
Yeah. So having in there not increase is actually okay because you've got existing put in there. Whereas in 08, minimize is used as a future tense. Yeah.
But I guess in terms of to Chair's point around the central city, you're looking at those objectives. Are you know, which ones are you looking to for that direction in terms of that outcome? I think if you're in the city centre zone, if you're in a high hazard area, the intention isn't that you look to 05 for that outcome of not increasing existing, because it's much harder test than that.
Minimize the risk.
What's provided for it. 09. New objective 7. So my recommendation is there include explicit recognition of sites and areas of significant study as a response to emissions. 08 is discuss the airport purpose and the rationale around that recommendation. Minimise in 08 and 09. Discuss consequential amendments to 10. On the numbering. Then to P11.
11 or 12?
11.
Okay.
So that so P11, if we're all reading off the appendix A from the supplementary, has that additional recommendation to provide for the operational need or functional need. Part of that is another policy limb consistent with natural hazards. P12. Any questions on P11?
I'm just catching up. P12. Yep.
12. I guess some relatively minor changes there, just to try and, I guess, readability, but then that bringing that minimize in for both the low and medium, but also the city centre zone in response to that evidence. Noting that the minimise change to the 12.3 comes in when you meet that functional operational need test. Potentially another need in there would be consistent with my recommendations on other provisions. Changes in there. Into
I'm just checking notes in the section 42A report. So you suggest here a specific exception for the CCZ provided for in P12. Done. Blue there. I see in 3.
Just looking at the spatial extent in the central city zone of the high coastal inundation hazard. It's like Clyde Quay Wharf, a few things around the edges, a little bit at Lambton Harbour north of Queen's Wharf. So the distinction between high and low and medium is relatively small in terms of the extent of the high hazard areas.
Correct.
So on the basis that low and medium hazard risks uses the minimise frame and Central City uses the minimise frame, the framework, the only benefit is to those properties, north of Queen's Wharf and around Clyde Quay.
for coastal inundation.
Yeah,
yes.
for coastal inundation.
Tsunami, too much.
Yep. Whereas if you put on the other overlay, medium coastal inundation overlay, in the central area, it goes way in. Almost to Courtney Place in the south. But it's a big chunk of the reclaimed land in the central area that you're talking about being subject to coastal inundation, medium coastal inundation hazard.
No recommended changes to P13.
Can I just I was looking at the map as well as Commissioner Daish, and with the tsunami and inundation layers on, it's interesting because you immediately look at the vicinity where you work, and the only clear spot from tsunami or inundation things is the bit underneath the sails on Queen's Wharf. And I would tell you, for one, I would not rely on that as a safe place of refuge if a tsunami was about to come and hit us. But, yeah, just an observation. Okay.
Yeah, the low picks up most of that,
Mm.
all of it.
Not all
Yeah,
of
it's
it. Yeah.
Interesting observation.
I thought, oh, good, a place of refuge.
Run towards the water.
Yes.
If I can just chip in,
Herbert?
it doesn't mean that tsunamis can't reach there. It means that the
No.
tsunamis in that particular set of scenarios didn't quite get there.
No.
If you look at the yellow zone, for example, that's all in the yellow zone evacuation from memory.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So what policy were we up to?
14,
14.
unless there was discussion on 13. So the recommended addition, recommended amendment to 14 is to reflect, I guess, the enabling intent of that provision. That it's not simply about continued use, it's further clarity, I think, is achieved through this change, that it's the same level of hazard sensitivity, so it might not necessarily be the same tenant or the same specific active, use the word activity, but the occupant. The new policy, PX, is I guess just filling a policy gap. Yeah, there are rules, I guess, that aren't directly hanging off. Suggested way of addressing that.
Yeah, it begs the question why you've got low coastal hazard areas at all. If you're going to allow hazard sensitive activities in it.
I guess
You've got nothing else hanging off it.
potentially hazard sensitive activities.
Yeah, potentially hazard sensitive activities. Yeah.
But I guess we are controlling to a degree hazard sensitive activities in low coast.
To a degree. Okay.
P15. Just change the terminology to reflect the minimize for low coastal. Comment on 15 or discussion?
Good.
16. 8 of 15 in terms of the changes and the rationale for. P17, same logic, same. P18, that's your hazard sensitive activities and potentially hazard sensitive in the high coastal. So there's those exceptions, I guess, to make it clear around the policies that you look to for in relation to the activities within Central City that are impacted by a hazard overlay, a high hazard overlay, and activities. So that's and I guess the addition of existing risk to clarify that's that starting point in terms of that. P19 changes probably speak for themselves, as do the 20. Stop me from going too quickly. No changes to P21. A consistent change with P22 to introduce the concept of minimize.
which reflects that objective direction. 3 changes. 24 insertion, the recommended insertion of encourage Mātauranga Māori approaches association with coastal hazard mitigation works. 25, a minor change, I guess, which title, which appears to be an error. And essentially, same changes between.
With 25, just remind me, why is it called planned coastal hazard mitigation works as opposed to just coastal hazard mitigation works?
Yeah. Jumping, James, if you know the answer directly to that, it was something I gave some consideration to.
Yeah, definitions.
It's intended to pick up those kind of works that are scheduled in long-term plans, annual plans, or, kind of works that are planned to be undertaken, responding to coastal hazard. It's not designed to be individual private parties going out and just doing their own random seawall or something similar. So it's trying to collect those kind of future focused or funded kind of projects that are planning through, rather than just being open to anyone who could potentially undertake, or certain people having a way through.
Where's that covered off earlier? Is it covered off earlier in the provisions?
In the
Yeah.
in terms of objectives.
Well, no, just if I was looking at that policy and I wanted a bit of guidance as to what planned, where would I go to get that guidance?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure there is further clarity than that. Did look quite hard at 24 and 25 to get a sense of what the difference between the two is and the need for the two. Struggling to recall where I landed on that. If you give me a moment, I'll just have a look at my section.
That's all right. Yep.
Just to see if I can trigger that.
Because I do wonder whether the word public is a better word than planned.
Yeah. I guess this policy sets up the rule, the permitted rule, which starts to identify those entities. Yeah, they probably all fall under that. It's subset of public.
I agree with you that planned, unless it's defined as, planned in an LTP or planned in a national planning document. Yeah, it could just mean someone getting some plans done.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would say if I was.
That's right.
And in P25, that's planned by anybody. Hey, or if we take planned out, it's designed to be undertaken by, whereas 24 is about Crown entities, etc.
Yes. Yeah. And to that point.
Yes.
It's because 24 doesn't fall within ISPP. I guess where I landed was that there was limited scope around making those consistent changes that I have recommended other provisions around naming those specific entities. So that's something to consider around balancing whether it's better to be consistent, or that's something that can be addressed at a later point.
I mean, I thought earlier we used the term statutory responsible. It wasn't Crown entity we used as to talk about Wakakotai and Greater Wellington. And
There's been a range of kind of
Yeah.
used. Like,
yes,
so
yeah.
I guess part of the rationale for my listing specific entities is the consistency.
Yeah.
If we weren't going there, then I think we would need to look a little closer at what term we would use if it was more encompassing.
There's probably a legal view to it, but I have a sort of pragmatic view to it, which is if you're going to be making changes which are consistent through the ISPP that flow through to the Schedule 1 process, and you don't have a submission on the Schedule 1 process, be pragmatic to make that change. Legal view, I'm not so sure whether it falls within, is it Section 16 changes, which is designed to pick up typos. Section 16 provision that there is.
Just one, and without having to go back and have a look, the suggested changes to P24 I don't have an issue with regards to the inclusion of encouraging Mātauranga Māori approaches. However, normally those types of provisions would sit in a policy context that enables the iwi or mana whenua to do that. And it just looked a little bit out of place where it said encourage Mātauranga Māori approaches undertaken by a Crown entity. So what that could be saying to you as a reader is that if a Crown entity is doing something, we're trying to encourage them to take a Mātauranga Māori approach as well. If that's the intent, that's fine, but normally that would also include some sort of trigger or something for the iwi or mana whenua to also be involved. And
it was the intent, my intent at least, to encourage the
Crown entities
to considering that as an option.
Yep.
I guess to your earlier point around for their nominated contractors or agents provides a little bit more scope there around who might do the work as well.
Come on, thank you.
Well, just carry on Commissioner Dacia's question around the scope to make changes to these policies if there's no submission on the point.
I think being pragmatic, I agree we should just make them. If you were going to go through clause 16 and sort of use the test that's sometimes used, even though it's not really the test on the words of clause 16, but is it neutral or does it detrimentally affect a party? I don't think you could say that it detrimentally affects a party at all, certainly not a known party. Maybe there's theoretically someone out there who has some planned works who, if you change it to be consistent, they won't fit within that rule, the policy and then the subsequent rules anymore. But I doubt that that's the case, and I doubt that anyone would care so significantly as to actually challenge it. So being pragmatic, I'd say go ahead. But
right, thank you. Okay, policy 26.
26 is a result of a, I guess, gap in policy that I felt was a result of changes to the relevant rule, being R24 around hazard mitigation work. So I think it was Wellington Airport is the main submitter there, was seeking a bit more clarity around upgrades, renewals, the consenting pathway for those hard engineered structures. So don't want to jump too far ahead. I guess there's the amendment to Rule 24 around hard engineering natural hazard mitigation works provides, my recommendation would be that it provides a permitted activity for maintenance and repair, so that's explicit. explicitly provided for, and
Sorry, is that only in high coastal hazard areas or all coastal hazard areas?
well, the rule as it applies is only in high coastal hazard areas. I suspect that the intent of the original provision is that that's where your coastline is, that's where your mitigation structures would occur, as opposed to inland.
And why not provide for repair and maintenance in moderate coastal hazard areas where there's an existing mitigation structure? Is it covered elsewhere?
No, it wouldn't technically apply in that case. It could be extended to apply just to pick up any anomalies that I don't have a in-depth understanding of where these structures might be or what it might pick up. So I wouldn't see any perverse outcome, but more encompassing. Turning just back to the policy, I guess, is where we started. That provides a policy direction for that permitted pathway for those repairs and upgrades. And then the new P27 has been recommended to be amended to clarify that that consenting pathway with a few additional changes picked up in response to better evidence.
Okay, any questions?
Makes sense. Makes it a lot clearer. Thank you.
The rules.
Yeah. Any changes?
16, R16. The rules, coastal hazards. Page 18 of 20.
Yep.
So
what are the changes to R16?
no changes.
R18. R18, yeah.
Sorry, if we just, I guess I'll just highlight that for R17, the same matter is relevant in relation to Crown entity, regional territorial authority. So I haven't made a recommendation on that, but I would see more changes that would be consistent with my other recommendations. R18, so additions to buildings within the coastal hazard overlays. The first change, the new A, provides for permitted additions above the ground floor in the city centre zone. That was it's a gap. The rationale there, I guess, is that if they're above floor, they avoid that the kind of highest risk of both coastal and tsunami. And then, for the most part, those changes are just for clarification. Oh, sorry, I should say that D provides for small scale additions at ground floor city centre zone.
Questions?
19, amendment to the title wing to reflect airport, matter that I agree with. 20, same. I picked up, I guess, that the zone that it was relevant to wasn't entirely correct, so it's just an unintended error there that fix. 21. 21, no changes. 22, clarification around building, construction of a building or conversion of a building. 23, similar consistent changes recommended. 24, change to the title, I guess, to align with the definition. Yes. Rationale. Other than discretionary changes there, but happy to discuss them.
So we're satisfied. So we're satisfied in R24 that under the permitted activity status in 1, that maintenance and repair doesn't include making the seawall bigger. Just using the seawall as an easy example. So permitted maintenance and repair of the seawall doesn't also permit the seawall to grow.
It's definitely not the intention. Pretty sure, I'm sorry, it's logged me out that there's a definition of maintenance repair in the plan, just checking that it applies.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Be-
okay.
Be in relation to upgrades, but yeah, it's just not, just checking there's no.
Yeah,
default
okay.
there.
Yep, no, that's fine.
Yeah, my experience with seawalls, if you've got an existing seawall, and you need to do maintenance or repair of it, you often need to increase the footprint and the height of it. So that's going to be excluded. Basically, unless you're going to be ripping out the existing seawall, you're going to be doing repair and maintenance, you're actually going to need to be making it slightly bigger or slightly spatially bigger as well to actually physically do it. But in the seawall situation, a lot of it's in the coastal marine area anyway, so it probably goes into the other plan, which where it is provided for. There's a cross-sectional increase in layout.
It would only be caught by the NRP if it was coastal marine area.
That's
Seawall,
right.
wouldn't it?
Yeah,
So
so
if part of the seawall was above
yeah,
coastal marine area, then it.
yeah, it depends on where the boundary and at mean high water springs is, where it's actually defined in the plan. So I thought those entire seawall structures up to the top, the CMA.
Right. Yeah.
Thank
Should
Yeah,
have used a
'cause-
different example.
Well, it's a good example, because the NRP does have some parameters that allow for some changes to seawalls and things from memory.
Yeah.
To allow for what Commissioner Dace was saying, that some repair often means slightly bigger footprint, slightly higher, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I did consider whether even for upgrades, it would be appropriate to provide for a small scale of upgrades, whether it's a 10% increase in footprint or you know, something there, but I didn't quite land on anything that I could support. But I can take another look at that.
Yeah, by reference to the NRP.
Yeah.
Just to be, aligned maybe if it's possible.
Yes, I guess it's tricky in terms of the range of increase that could be and how you provide for that, whether it's up or out, or given how big some of these structures could be.
Without searching for it, have you got is there a definition of upgrade?
Don't
Opposed to maintenance and
Don't
repair?
think so.
Because I think the NRP has a definition
Okay.
of upgrade. But this is the same purpose, same location, but basically made it slightly bigger. Words to that effect anyway.
There is an upgrading definition.
Yeah.
As it applies to infrastructure, means the improvement or increase in carrying capacity, operational efficiency, security or safety of existing infrastructure, but excludes maintenance, repair and renewal. Yeah.
Doesn't really talk to scale, I guess.
It takes out renewal and maintenance and repair, but as you say, it doesn't talk to scale. Whereas I think there was some attempt in the NRP, and I'd need to check it.
Yeah, thanks, I'll take a look.
Because if it doesn't meet their test, it tips it straight into full discretionary. Yeah, yeah.
There's a bit of guidance sitting within the actual rule around seawalls that says, in addition, shall not be more than 5 metres in horizontal and then 1 metre in vertical projection to the structure based on a date of 31st of July 2015. And it would be, I think that's for an additions or replacements of existing seawalls. So it's Rule 185 under Natural Resources Plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's provided for as a controlled activity, not permitted.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rule 25. Rule 25, 26, 27, consistent changes. Yeah, no standards, so that's just the coastal environment.
Well, just real minor thing on Rule 25, just says excluding the city centre zone or airport purposes, operation port. Or should there be or for airport purposes?
Sure. Yep.
Just it doesn't quite read correctly, I think, at the moment.
26 and 27.
In paragraph 787 of your section 42A report, we've just covered this. Changes to CE 18. We had proposed that the panel consider whether it's appropriate to make an out-of-scope recommendation on Schedule 1 for airport port rail activities, given specific policy direction in 19 and that's what you're proposing there, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat the paragraph?
787, page 171.
Yeah, that relates to
Those changes.
Yes.
Yep. Just looking through my notes just to see if we caught it. Any other sort of outstanding questions?
Yeah, just one. It's all the natural hazards provisions in the energy and infrastructure chapter. There's a whole bunch of those. The demarcation between those, I guess if it's for infrastructure purposes, but you take the port and the airport out. You know, any other infrastructure providers have got to go to a separate chapter as opposed to the natural hazards chapter. Know that the national planning standards state this, but is that a pragmatic thing to actually have yet another chapter dealing with natural hazards, which we're not dealing with here? In terms of replication, repetition, just one of your views, because just intuitively, it doesn't make sense to actually have a separate sub-chapter within infrastructure dealing with natural hazards when you've got a dominant chapter dealing with natural hazards.
I guess, yeah, particularly given the port and the airport and that infrastructure is excluded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. You would have to split those, I guess. I mean, planning standards aside, you would have to split them across the two chapters, regardless of duplicate for coastal and natural in a way that you don't if you put in infrastructure.
Well, yeah. And you've got a different hearing panel dealing with energy and infrastructure on potentially going to be looking at the natural hazards provisions in that as well. It's a matter of plan architecture and what you have to do under the national planning standards as well, whether it's a sensible thing to do. If you're looking at natural hazards, you just want to go to the natural hazards chapter or the coastal environment chapter, as the case may be, as opposed to potentially having a look at the port zone or the airport zone, or indeed within energy and infrastructure generally. So, you know, was there any thought to the sensibility of it, or were you just dealing with?
I just took direction, I guess, from the planning standards. Didn't go much further than that.
Well, we've made our way through.
In terms of that, that last question, I wonder if that's a matter that we explore through the right of reply to see the degree to which we can overrule, for want of a better word, the national planning standards for overall usability. Because given the whole purpose of the national planning standards is to improve consistency and usability, if that's the purpose of making a tweak to it, then there may be some reason or some avenue to say, for the purposes of our plan, this would be a better option.
Noting that we haven't heard any submissions on any of those infrastructure matters.
No, but it's just about where they're located. It's not about what their content is necessarily.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd be interested to see that.
Okay.
One final comment. I was really the broader use of the word minimise has been proposed in some submissions. I was really struggling to understand the actual policy intent by the use of the word in some context. So if you use the word like do not increase, if you have a number, it's easy to know whether it's increasing or not, if that makes sense, right? So if the current number is 5 and the policy direction is do not increase the number, then you can qualitatively measure if what you're doing is a 6 or a 7. Minimise allows, if it's currently a 5, minimise can often allow a 6 to happen if we feel the weighting of the 6 is such that it's not a big thing. And I really struggled in the policy context. I understood the rationale and why it was being sought to be introduced, but it created in some instances in the policy and objectives in particular ambiguity that I didn't think was useful, or I didn't think helped us, because minimise for a decision maker can be a 6 or even a 7 can minimise the potential impact on people, whereas do not increase is a much more difficult test to overcome. So not wanting to relitigate all the places that it was used, because I don't necessarily disagree with it. One thing I would be interested in understanding in the reply is that use of the word minimise in the policy as a general because we've used it a lot. as a general comment in the objective and policy framework in particular, provides an adequate level of certainty for plan users and decision makers, and the reasons why. I hope that makes sense. It may not, but because minimum, not all of the time. Like there's sometimes when I read the recommended change in a policy or an objective, the use of the word minimise actually makes a lot of sense. But because we've used it so broadly, there are some places where I've felt do not increase, even reading the evidence and why minimise was, I believe do not increase is more appropriate in that policy context. So just some commentary about because it is a general acceptance that minimise is a more appropriate term than do not increase or so just that I'm happy that because we've used it very broadly, it is meeting the intention of that policy direction in a way that is intended and is consistent with the submissions that sort it, particularly Greater Wellington's one where there are a couple of occasions where we used it outside of the context by which they were intending it to be used. So yeah, just on those, that would be good. Not today, but in the reply. Thank you.
Just that's pick up on that. That is, as I understand it, do not increase is applied for high hazard areas to flow into do not allow or generally do not allow kind of situations. Whereas minimise allows you that wriggle room, particularly in the CCZ, for instance. Yeah, okay. And I think what Commissioner Faulkner was saying is to confirm to us it's been consistently applied through our provisions.
Yeah.
I just there was one final matter that I picked up on in the rebuttal. Minor matter, but it's about user friendliness again. You pointed to us in response to evidence from Ms. Woodbridge around using headings or for policies.
Sure. Can you?
And I just looked at the heritage. Oh yes, it's around para 81, 82, 83. It made reference to the use of them in the historic heritage policies. I mean, to be honest, I'm fairly indifferent. There's always a role for subheadings just to help the reader, but if it's not been applied consistently throughout the plan, and there's only the odd exception, for whatever reason, then I'm not persuaded there's a need to go and do it. There's always a risk that your subheading doesn't quite align with the actual policy as well, as you know. But I don't know what the panel think about that, asking for that, because you've suggested that you could provide an amended version showing these sort of subheadings for policies, but my view is I'm not too worried about it.
I think it's probably more important in terms of the rules.
Yeah.
To actually have them
That's,
all in one,
yeah.
the fault hazard stuff all in one place in terms of the readability of the whole thing. And then in the policies, because the policies seem to be a little bit more consistently structured.
Okay, yeah, so we are not of a mind in that regard. Any sort of final questions? We wrap up.
No, it's been pretty thorough, I think.
Very good, yes.
I have made my own notes, and hopefully the other commissioners too, about what right of reply kind of matters we'll be looking for. But so hopefully you have as well in terms of the minute that follows this hearing. But there may be more matters that come out of the days to come. Thank you. So unless there's any other matters arising, to adjourn the hearing for the day, and we'll resume it. Oh yes,
You've
okay.
sadly got about 10
Stop.
minutes from me, if that's all right.
10 minutes. That would take us to afternoon tea nicely.
Yes. I think I said at the start of the day that there was one matter that I just wanted to take you through with in relation to natural hazards, and it's about, we haven't discussed it all today, actually, I think, the qualifying matter issue. Now, Kāinga Order's legal submissions, and I'm going to ask you if you have them to turn them up. I don't know if you have them, you may not have brought them, but it would be helpful to have them on the screen.
The legal,
Should we get
two
them on
legal
screen?
submissions.
Yes, so this is the legal submissions by Buddle Finlay. They've got submissions by Mr. Matheson, which are mainly about noise.
Can we ask? Yeah.
Just give us a second while we.
Yeah.
So KO.
Okay, whereabouts?
So the part, what I'd like to do is take you through the part 4, well, it's really 4.5 and following, but we might as well start with 4.1. And there are two aspects in which, in my submission, these written submissions are wrong. Are you?
They are on the screen,
Oh, very good.
I believe.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
We'll have them in front of us as well.
It's gonna be easier for me to read it here than on the screen.
That's
right.
Okay.
So what Kāinga Order is trying to do here is identify how the qualifying matter provisions are supposed to apply in relation to natural hazards. The general proposition is that they are concerned that the evidence base doesn't meet the respective tests that it should under section 77 J, K and L. My 2 points, and I'll come back to them, but my 2 points are, first, as the explanation proceeds, I don't think that from paragraph 4.5 through to about 4.8, the explanation of how those provisions work together is accurate. And then secondly, in my submission, Kāinga Order confuses the low, medium and high risk table with significant or significance as it appears in section 6 of the RMA, or conflates them, where I say they're dealing with different things. And I'll explain what I mean by that in more detail, but starting at paragraph 4.3, Kāinga Order starts discussing the legislative framework. I agree with that paragraph in general. The sole basis, this is the second sentence, on which a territorial authority may reduce the application of the MDRS or Policy 3 is by establishing a qualifying matter, and next sentence, only to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. The next paragraph is also, I think, generally correct. Section 6 matter, coastal policy statement, nationally significant infrastructure, open space, designation or heritage order, or any other matter that satisfies section 77L. That is it's a summary. It's trying to simplify things, and there's a risk that actually in simplifying it's become a bit uncertain. But I agree that all of those A through to E only have to meet 77J or 77K if it's an existing qualifying matter. But if the qualifying matter category is from 77I sub J, then it's in any other matter, and it needs to therefore meet not only 77J but also 77L, and that's what those 7 words in F is trying to pick out. So that's a very simplified way of saying actually something that's a little bit more complex. And then there's a reference to the flow chart in hearing stream 2. I went back to their submissions in hearing stream 2 and I couldn't find a flow chart. There was a table which actually, I think it might have passed me by at the time. I think it's got some errors in it due to that attempt to sort of simplify the process. But it gets a little bit more problematic in the sub A and sub B in paragraph 4.5. So this is sub A, for existing qualifying matters, the assessment must satisfy either section 77J or 77K. That's correct. Specified territorial authority has the discretion to determine which assessment under these sections it wishes to complete. And then B, and this is wrong, for all other qualifying matters, the assessment must satisfy both section 77J and 77L. That can't be right, because for all other qualifying matters, what that phrase for all qualifying matters must mean in Kāinga order submission is anything other than an existing qualifying matter. But if it's a new qualifying matter to address a significant natural hazard, it doesn't need to meet 77L, it only has to meet 77J. Because it's one of those categories in 4.4A to E, whereas it's only any other matters that need to satisfy section 77L. So in terms of your understanding of how the qualifying matters work, I with respect, don't recommend following this way of setting it out. I don't think it's, I think the error is caused by trying to simplify things down. I don't think it's a complete misunderstanding or a misconstruction of how the provisions work together. But unfortunately, I don't think that the summary of how it works together is accurate for that reason. For the same reason, in my submission 4.6 is wrong. It says how in the second sentence, as outlined above and confirmed by Ms. Woodbridge, a section 77J assessment is required for existing qualifying matters, i.e. matters that relate to 77IA to 77II matters only. That's not right. If it's an existing qualifying matter, you could do a 77K assessment instead.
Which they say in 4.5A.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's internally inconsistent, but as I say, I think it's probably just because they're trying to be brief rather than having to go into all of the detail. And then at 4.8, and this now moves on to the second point I have about the conflation of significance with low, medium and high risk. If I'm understanding 4.8 correctly, what they're saying is that the qualifying natural hazards is a qualifying matter to the extent that that's relying on section 6H of the RMA, which relates to providing for or recognising, whatever it says, recognise and provide for significant natural hazards. It's saying that if something's classified as low risk, it therefore can't be significant. And that's not correct in my submission. Significant in section 6H does not mean high or even moderate and high. And that's a different scale. Significant means actually it's quite a low standard. It just means something that is worthy of intervention, worthy of attention being given to it in the plan. I've gone back and looked at some of the legal commentary on this. It's very odd. It does not. It goes through section 6A through to F, and it stops at F. It doesn't, none of the commentaries I've been able to find deal with 6G or 6H. Whether that's a reflection of a lack of case law on what 6G and 6H mean, I don't know. I haven't been able to find any cases on what significant means in the context of 6H. But by comparison with the provision, I forget the subsection, but Indigenous biodiversity, there are cases where the use of the word significant Indigenous biodiversity does not mean, you know, something of real high value. It's something that justifies protection, justifies intervention to protect. So even though it might sound like a low risk hazard is one that's not significant, in my submission, that is a improper conflation of the different ideas. The planners and experts have worked on a framework to organise their ideas, which classifies all of the hazards addressed in the plan as being either low or medium or high risk. But all of those, whether they are low, medium or high, are considered to be significant natural hazards justifying intervention or management through the plan. So there's no question here that section 77L needs to be assessed. It does not apply to natural hazards in the way that this Wellington City Council plan is put forward. It is simply section 77J that applies and which dictates the level of assessment that's required. I don't think that there are any existing qualifying matters that are, I don't think the council's proposing that the assessment for any of these particular natural hazard matters is a 77K matter. So my submission is that it's only 77J, to the extent that Kāinga Ora is saying that 77L also applies to some or all of these natural hazard provisions. It doesn't. And of course, it only applies where the MDRS or policy 3 are modified. So it does mean it applies to the change in the inundation area from permitted to restricted discretionary.
So in your submission, getting to the paragraph 4.11, in your submission that we are in a position to determine whether qualifying matter restricts the application of the MDR, etc.
Yes. In my submission, you are in a position because the reason that that's the conclusion on 4.11 is because in 4.10b it says the council has failed to complete a section 77L assessment. And I say a section 77L assessment is not necessary for any of the natural hazard risks. And I think I would disagree in general with the point in 4.10a. That might be a point that's more debatable. It gets down into the detail of the section 32 and the section 42a reports and the table that's being produced in the beginning of that report. I think Ms. Woodbridge disagrees that the assessment meets section 77J, but to the extent that it's relying on that requirement for 77L, I don't accept that at all.
So just a quick question. I get the point that conflating low risk with regards to the inundation level, therefore not being able to be significant risk as outlined in 6H. So it would be easy to see in the plan where the low risk areas for inundation are. where would you go to identify the significant risks in the hazard chapter according to the 6H test? So where would I go to find those significant risks?
The point was addressed in Mr. Searle's supplementary evidence, where he says that, and I might get him to just address you on this point.
Yeah.
The council considers all of the risks addressed as significant risks, all of the natural hazard risks addressed as significant risks.
Yes.
If you were going to ask me, give me an example of an insignificant risk, I'm not actually sure I can think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But one of the points that Mr. Searle clarifies is that in the Section 32 report, there is a statement of risks that are considered to be significant, and one of them, I think it might be relating to coastal inundation, is not mentioned.
Yes.
The silent on.
So yeah, silent on is what I mean. It's not that it's.
I think, yeah,
My
my
view
view was more.
Yeah.
My view was more a position where I didn't see it necessary to dissect flood hazard into the various overlays and treat them differently in terms of that Section 70. Like I consider flood hazard as a hazard which needs an intervention and justifies qualifying that on that basis. With obviously the development capacity tests that have been undertaken by property economics to show that this applies not an issue.
And final question, if you were to choose either 77J or 77K, what different place could you land if you followed either one of those paths, or would it take you to the same place? Because you know how you said you could either do 77J or K. If you chose one over the other, would it still take you to the same place with an assessment?
I've always had a bit of a confusion about the purpose of 77K, because the concept of qualifying matters has really just been introduced into the legislation. So there are no existing qualifying matters sitting in plans already. What I understand it to be getting at is, for example, the air noise overlays in most plans around the country. The air noise overlay is a matter that restricts development, or and it needs to be, and I think the purpose of 77K is that you don't have to go through the full 77J assessment to establish that the contour is an appropriate contour. You don't need to, for example, consider whether to reduce the contour to give effect to policy 3, or make sure it only restricts policy 3 to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter, or any of that sort of stuff. You just need to do perhaps a few examples to demonstrate that it's acceptable, and that's what 77K requires. You could, however, and this is kind of Order's point, you could choose, notwithstanding the potential application of 77K, to do a full 77J assessment if you wanted to. But my understanding of the ODP is that we don't have natural hazard layers that restrict development in the way that these layers are now proposed to, and for that reason, 77K just doesn't apply here.
Yep. Understood. That's it from me. Very good. A few questions, but not from Mr. Williams. Got a few questions, but not from Mr. Williams.
No, I am thinking about it in terms of Section 6H talks about significant risks, and then we have a plan provision that dissects it into and low risks. So in my mind, that's the sort of we're weighing up that is. So it's a low significant risk. Are you saying that?
Effectively, yes. Yeah.
Just on that point, I guess the hazard table is not a hazard risk table, it's a hazard ranking table. So there is a kind of nuanced difference there, where it doesn't necessarily
determine whether it's, you know, a significant subset of significant risk or not.
I think Mr. Bevan said it actually earlier today. You could call it apples, pears and oranges, or 1, 2, 3, or A, B, C. It's a ranking table of the significant risks. Mm. And so, but by calling some of them low just means low by comparison to the moderate and high. It doesn't mean low and therefore insignificant.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That, I'll adjourn the hearing until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So thank you everyone for your valuable input and advice today. And to you, Dr. Burbridge, for hanging on to the bitter end as well. You've made a valuable contribution too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see. Well, we'll see each other at Mr. Wellington at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
thank you.
Bye.
We'll go like start.
Is it 9:30?
9:20.
We'll see. Have a look.